Chapter 2257. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist. Black Tortoise Lin let out a long hiss and burst out with all his strength. The power of the world churned and intertwined with the power of the laws. Stars appeared one after another around his body. A total of 360 stars had formed and appeared in all directions of the Black Tortoise Forest. He stood in the middle of the stars like a god. It's the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist, the ultimate technique of the Heavenly Emperor of Stars. Someone said excitedly. This kind of divine ability was extremely famous in the Heaven realm. Between Lu Ming and the Black Tortoise Forest, who do you think will win? One think it's the Black Tortoise Forest. Although the Black Tortoise Forest is ranked at the bottom of the 9 absolutes, it has long reached the true Emperor realm. Its battle prowess is extremely shocking. I think it has already reached the battle prowess of a Stage 3 true Emperor. I think so too. Although Lu Ming is strong, he has just become a great Emperor. He is not familiar with the use of the world energy. He should not be a match for the Black Tortoise Forest. While some people were discussing spiritedly, Lu Ming and the Black Tortoise Forest had already begun an intense confrontation. With a wave of the Black Tortoise Forest's hand, one star after another crashed toward Lu Ming like meteors, destroying a few of Lu Ming's sword gleams. Lu Ming became one with his sword and charged toward the Black Tortoise Forest, slashing his combat sword continuously. Break! Lu Ming continued to swing his sword. In an instant, he had slashed more than 10 times at the stars. Boom! 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 The sky continued to explode. Lu Ming was like a god, standing in the void of the universe and turning into a supreme giant. He split a star with his sword. The scene was very visually impactful. There were more than 10 consecutive explosions and more than 10 of them were destroyed by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body was also blocked. You're just a so-so, kill. The Black Tortoise Forest shouted and his body was filled with starlight. With a wave of his hand, dozens of stars charged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the stars that were shattered by Lu Ming condensed around his body again. There were 360 stars around his body. Lu Ming exerted all his strength. The power of the world gushed into the combat sword in his hand. The combat sword hummed and 8 types of laws intertwined together. Different laws and different mysteries intertwined and burst out with a shocking power. Bang! 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 Lu Ming continued to slash out. Each slash could explode a star vortex. However, there were too many stars, and each one of them was extremely powerful. It was like a real star, full of terrifying destructive power. No, I didn't. Every time he split a star, Lu Ming would be bombarded by a terrifying force. Let's see how many of my bullets you can block. The Black Tortoise Forest said coldly. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and pushed forward. This time, more than 100 stars flew toward Lu Ming. Finally, after Lu Ming continuously blocked the attacks, he was forced to retreat by the stars. The 9-ju is indeed powerful. It seems that one still need to use 9 types of nomological laws. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. All of a sudden, the combat sword in his hand dissipated. The next moment, a long spear condensed. This long spear contained 9 types of laws. Lu Ming realized that although it was extremely difficult to integrate ultimate maxims and develop a divine power technique, the power that burst forth when it was successful was extremely terrifying. With every addition, the power would increase explosively. After adding in the life law, its power was much stronger than before. Whoosh! 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 The long spear trembled and stabbed forward. Rays of spear light broke through the void and pierced toward the stars. Bang! Bang! The stars kept exploding. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 stars were blasted apart by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and charged toward the Black Tortoise Forest like a god of war. The black tortoise forest's expression changed. He waved his hand again, and stars flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear continued to thrust out and the stars continued to explode. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. Heavenly cycle stellar fist, stars congregate. The black tortoise forest roared. He gathered everyone's stars into a huge star and pressed it down on Lu Ming. Break. Lu Ming only made a faint sound. He became one with the spear and turned into a dazzling spear ray that pierced through the void. In the sky, it was as if two meteors had collided, one big and one small. However, in the end, the small one was even more powerful. It directly pierced through the large star and went straight for the black tortoise forest. Damn it! The black tortoise forest bellowed in rage, his expression extremely ugly. His strongest move had been countered by Lu Ming. Was he going to lose? No, I can't be defeated. Black Tortoise Lin roared in his heart, and his face contorted. Once he was defeated, Lu Ming would naturally take his place and become the new 9 absolutes. He, on the other hand, would be knocked off his divine altar. This was something he could not accept. Lu Ming, you're the one who forced me to do this. Go to hell. Black Tortoise Lin roared in his heart, and killing intent burst forth from his eyes. The space between his brows glowed, and a weapon flew out. It was a pair of extremely huge scissors, and its entire body was emitting dazzling starlight. Whoosh! The scissors enlarged rapidly and cut toward Lu Ming. This is a great emperor weapon. Despicable! Someone roared. In a fair battle between peers, the black tortoise forest had used a great emperor weapon. This was too much. This had already exceeded the scope of a fair battle. However, the scissors were too fast. In an instant, they were above Lu Ming's head and were about to cut him in half. Don't think that you're the only one with a weapon. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The long spear in his hand disappeared and was replaced by a large bow. The fallen star bow. Lu Ming suddenly pulled the bowstring. He still did not pull the bowstring. He could only pull the bowstring slightly. However, the angle was much greater than before Lu Ming became a martial emperor. Lu Ming's law gushed into the fallen star bow. World energy gushed in crazily and an arrow that emitted 9 colors was condensed. Buzz! Lu Ming released his grip and the arrow flew out, shooting towards the huge scissors. Clang! The arrow hit the pair of scissors, and the scissors trembled violently before being sent flying. Although the scissors were a great emperor weapon, it was impossible for the black tortoise forest's cultivation base to unleash its full power. It was sent flying by Lu Ming's arrow and trembled continuously. The black tortoise forest also suffered a backlash. His body shook violently, and he retreated continuously. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He pulled the bowstring again and a 9-colored arrow was shot at the black tortoise forest. Just now, the black tortoise forest obviously wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, he would not show any mercy. No, the black tortoise forest's face turned pale with fright as he roared in fear. He could feel the threat of death from Lu Ming's arrow. He knew that if he was hit by this arrow, he would die without a doubt. He frantically changed his position, but the arrow seemed to have locked onto his aura and would constantly change its position. How audacious, arg! A furious roar sounded out as a figure suddenly appeared in front of the arrow. He reached out and grabbed the 9-colored arrow. With a squeeze, the arrow shattered into light spots and dissipated in the air. Chapter 2258 Tell the celestial Thearch to scram. The figure who had suddenly appeared and crushed the 9-colored arrow was the Lan family's heavenly emperor, Lan Cheng. Lan Cheng's eyes were cold as he looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're so vicious. It's just a fair spar, yet you want to take his life. One can't let you live with such a heart. Hee hee. Lu Ming immediately sneered. His heart was filled with anger. Are you fucking blind? Who made the first move just now? Who was the first to use a great emperor weapon to kill me? Where did you go just now? Now that you've come out to talk, get lost. B0X. Calm Lu Ming was completely enraged. He flew into a rage and berated the celestial Thearch regardless of what he was. His impression of Land City was extremely bad. From the very beginning, he had been targeted by the other party. However, the other party was the Heavenly Emperor. He had endured it before, but now, he could no longer endure it. Many people gasped. Lu Ming was extremely bold. He actually dared to scold Land City and tell Land City to get lost. This was a Heavenly Emperor. This was simply courting death. Impudent. Lan Sheng was furious. He shouted angrily and struck out a palm, wanting to slap Lu Ming to death. A junior actually dared to speak to him like this. If he didn't make a move to kill him, how could he convince the masses in the future? However, the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor moved from behind and appeared in front of Lu Ming. He also struck out with his palm and destroyed Lan Cheng's attack. Hangyu, this kid has no respect for his elders, and you still want to protect him? Lan Cheng roared. No respect for your elders? Why don't you take a look at what you've done? If one were Lu Ming, I'd say the same thing. As the celestial Thearch, why can't I pick on a junior? Also, it's normal for young people to talk back when they're hot-blooded. Don't tell me that you don't have any self-restraint as a Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Hangyu laughed coldly. Lan Sheng was burning with anger, but he had no place to vent it. The battle just now doesn't count. After all, both of them used extraordinary weapons. It was unfair. At this moment, the master of the Star River stepped out and helped Lan Sheng out of the situation. He continued, let's say that the Black Tortoise Forest team and Lu Ming are tied for this battle. Fulyu, you'll fight Lu Ming. The master of the Eternal Star River, the gray-robed elder, looked at the other young man. Yes. The young man stepped forward. The hidden stream was also one of the 9 absolutes, but its ranking was far above that of the Black Tortoise Forest. There's no need to fight. Heavenly Emperor Hangyu spoke as he exuded a powerful aura, forcing Fu Lu to retreat. Hangyu, you want to interfere in the battle between the younger generation? Lan Sheng seized the opportunity and coldly said. What intervention? This battle started because of the indestructible ancient scroll. Previously, all of you said that Lu Ming could not become a Saint Emperor and was not qualified to control the indestructible ancient scroll, which triggered this battle, but now that Lu Ming has become a Saint Emperor, this battle is naturally over. There's no need to fight anymore. Who else in this world is more suitable than Lu Ming to control the indestructible ancient scroll? The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor said coldly. The indestructible ancient scroll naturally belongs to the stronger. Only the stronger heaven's favorites can display their true value. Lan Sheng still didn't give up. Bullshit. Alright then, tell them to suppress their cultivation to the same level as Lu Ming. Let's fight at the same level and see who is more suitable. Heavenly Emperor Hangyu shouted. Lan Sheng shut up. A battle at the same level? What a joke. Lu Ming had just become an emperor, but he was already a 4-star illusionary emperor. Moreover, the strength that he had just displayed was obviously above that of the Black Tortoise Forest. With such heaven-defying combat strength, no one was Lu Ming's match in a battle of the same level. There was no suspense. Hangyu is right. Lu Ming has already become a divine emperor. His potential is shocking and his future achievements are limitless. He's the most suitable person to control the indestructible ancient scroll. At this moment, another heavenly emperor spoke. This celestial emperor wasn't from the primordial realm, but the celestial emperor of the heaven realm. They had no grudges with Lu Ming and had no selfish motives. They simply felt that the indestructible ancient scroll would be the greatest help to the heaven realm if Lu Ming were to grow. Yes, that's true. No need to compete anymore. Following that, a few more heavenly emperors spoke up. They were all heavenly emperors from the heaven realm. In the city of Lan, the Yen family celestial Thearch and the gray-robed elder had gloomy expressions. Lan Yun and the rest naturally gritted their teeth. They knew that the indestructible ancient scroll would definitely belong to Lu Ming. This was because Lu Ming had already proven his value and potential. In the past, everyone thought that Lu Ming could not become a martial emperor. If he could not become a martial emperor, it would be useless no matter how strong his combat strength was. However, now that Lu Ming had become a martial emperor, his potential was shocking. In the future, he could continue to break through and his achievements would be limitless. Buzz. At this time, the void fluctuated, and an old man with white hair and white clothes stepped out. Lan Sheng, the Yen clan heavenly emperor, the Hangyu heavenly emperor, and the others all bowed in respect. Greetings, Lord Empyrean. His words made many people's hearts tremble. A celestial. This old man was a celestial. Celestial Venerable was a title given by the heaven realm to experts. Only peerless experts above the 4-star heavenly emperor level were qualified to be called Celestial Venerable. It was obvious that this old man was a peerless expert above the 4-star heavenly emperor level. Greetings, Lord Empyrean. Countless people bowed in respect. N. The white-haired holy master nodded and looked at Lu Ming in admiration. I already know what happened before. This young man has amazing talent that has never been seen before. Let him keep the indestructible ancient scroll. Many thanks, Celestial Venerable. Heavenly Emperor Hangyu and the other powerful cultivators from the primordial realm expressed their thanks. Many thanks, Lord Empyrean. Lu Ming also went forward to thank him. Lan Sheng and the others were helpless. Since the Celestial Venerable had spoken, they were even more unable to refute. Celestial Venerable, I think that not only should the indestructible ancient scroll be left with him, but with his talent, his future achievements will be limitless. The heaven realm should concentrate all resources and vigorously cultivate him. No, I object. Upon hearing this, Lan Sheng immediately jumped out to object. Celestial Venerable, the resources of the heaven realm are limited. We can't focus on one person. Furthermore, the war between the two worlds is extremely dangerous. No one can guarantee that they will be able to live forever. If they die halfway, all the resources will be wasted. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. One suggests that we distribute the resources to all the heaven's favorites like before. Only then will we have the greatest hope. Lan Sheng quickly said. This fellow, the Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor, was extremely displeased, but he couldn't refute this. That was indeed the case. No one could guarantee that he would not die. If Lu Ming died halfway, the resources would be wasted. By distributing the resources to all the prodigies, even if some people died, there would always be others rising. This was the most beneficial for the heaven realm. The white-haired old man thought for a while and nodded, that's right. Let's just do what we did in the past. We won't give you any less or more resources. If you want more resources, you have to fight for them yourself. Only then can you grow better. Let's call it a day. Let's all go. Let's go. Lan Sheng waved his hand and left with the Lan family. Following that, the Yen family also left the place. Chapter 2259, Returning to Two Worlds City. The fight for the indestructible ancient scroll had come to an end, and everyone dispersed. The White Tianzuan had also left. Not long after, there were not many people left in this void. Senior Hangyu, thank you for your help. Lu Ming came before the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor and bowed respectfully. B0X. Calm, this is all your own ability. I didn't do anything, you've just made a breakthrough in your cultivation, Heavenly Emperor Hangyu said with a smile. You should go back and consolidate your cultivation and build a solid foundation. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it in the future. All right. Lu Ming nodded and immediately returned to his residence with Dandan, Bubbles, Mulan, and the Gu family. As soon as he returned to his residence, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and constantly circulated the world energy to consolidate his cultivation. This time, after breaking through to the Void Emperor realm, Lu Ming's cultivation level had skyrocketed all the way to the 4-star Void Emperor realm. He indeed needed to consolidate his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. His cultivation had completely stabilized. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and stretched his muscles in the courtyard. Suddenly, the space moved and a figure appeared in the courtyard. Senior Hangyu. Lu Ming bowed. The person who had come was the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor. I sensed that you had finished your cultivation, so one rushed over. Your cultivation should have stabilized by now, right? Heavenly Emperor Hangyu smiled. It stabilized. Senior Hangyu, I've brought your stone body. I'll give it to you now. Lu Ming nodded and continued. A stone golem appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It looked exactly like the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor. The Hangyu Heavenly Emperor looked at the stone being with a complicated expression before smiling. I've already removed this stone body and condensed a new physical body. This stone body is now equivalent to a puppet. It's of no use to me. You can keep it and keep it. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Seeing that the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor's attitude was firm, he did not say much and put away the Heavenly Emperor's body. Lu Ming, what's your plan next? Heavenly Emperor Hangyu asked. What's your next plan? One want to find a place to train, raise my cultivation, and comprehend the laws. Lu Ming said. Since he had come to the heaven realm, he didn't plan to go back for the time being. He had just become a great emperor and it was the time for him to advance by leaps and bounds. He planned to stay in the heaven realm to cultivate first. If that's the case, one recommend you to go to the two-world city and fight with the alien races. That way, you'll improve the fastest. Also, there are many cultivation places in two-world city. With your current talent, you can freely enter and exit those cultivation places. Furthermore, the higher-ups of the heaven realm will give you some appropriate rewards, just like the other top heaven's favorites. Heavenly Emperor Hangyu said. Alright, I was also thinking of going to Two-World City. Lu Ming nodded. If he wanted to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible, the best place would be a life-and-death battle. The battlefield outside Two-World City was the best place. Lu Ming also had the intention to go to Two-World City. Alright, I'll also be participating in the battle in Two-World City. If you want to go, come with us. Heavenly Emperor Hangyu said. Senior Hangyu, when are you leaving? I'm going to say goodbye to my friends. Lu Ming said. Well, set off tomorrow. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor said. He then chatted with Lu Ming for a while and set a time to set off before leaving. Lu Ming headed to another courtyard. Before he entered the courtyard, he heard Dandan and Bubbles' shouts. He walked in and saw the two of them sparring. With the appearance of a senior expert, he guided Bubbles in her cultivation. Little guy, you can't do it. You've overused the space-time laws and haven't displayed their power at all. You're far from your mother. Yes, when your mother sees me, she has to call me Big Brother. For this reason, I'll give you some pointers. Stand still. Dandan bragged as she guided Bubbles in her cultivation. This fellow's experience and vision were indeed unique. He easily saw through Bubbles' weaknesses and gave her pointers. Lu Ming walked in. Brother Lu Ming, chirp chirp. Bubbles immediately abandoned Dandan and rushed to Lu Ming's shoulder, hanging onto him. Nest, you ran so fast. Who taught you just now? You're so ungrateful. Dandan was very unhappy and looked at Lu Ming from the corner of her eyes. Lu Ming ignored Dandan. Brother Lu Ming, Bubbles is leaving. My master sent me a message and asked me to go back and cultivate. Before Lu Ming could speak, Pow Pow spoke first. Lu Ming already knew that Bubbles had a master in the heaven realm. It was said that he was an unparalleled expert who knew Bubbles' mother back then. He was an antique who had survived from ancient times. Moreover, he was extremely skilled in spacetime laws. Yes, I'm about to leave for Two Worlds City to cultivate. If you have time in the future, you can come and find me there. Lu Ming said. But, Paoba can't bear to. The bubble hung on Lu Ming's body and rubbed against him, reluctant to come down. Lu Ming persuaded her nicely and eventually, Bubbles agreed to go back to cultivate. Little brat, I'm going to leave too. The heaven realm is vast, with all kinds of forbidden places and countless opportunities. I'm going to find opportunities and improve my cultivation quickly, or I'll be surpassed by you. Dandan also walked over and said. The next time we meet, I'll definitely surpass you. Lu Ming smiled and took out a few jars of fine wine. He passed them to Dandan and Bubbles and the three of them started drinking. Everyone had their own path to walk. Only by walking the path that suited them the most could they grow quickly. They all felt a sense of urgency. Now, although the Tai Ching heavenly region was still in the heaven realm, the alien races had not given up on attacking. They had been looking for all kinds of ways to deal with it. No one knew when a terrifying war would break out. Even though they were all Saint Emperors now and their combat powers were not weak, they were not enough for the War of the Two Worlds. They had to keep improving. The three of them drank and chatted. Later, Mulan joined in. Lu Ming took out a true Emperor golden crow from his storage ring and started to roast it. Everyone drank from day to night, and from night to day. At dawn, Bubbles and Dandan bade farewell and left. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Mulan walked toward the residence of the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor. Not long after, the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor and a few other Heavenly Emperors from the primordial realm set off for Two Worlds City. The celestial Thearch speed was simply too fast. Not long after, they arrived at Two Worlds City once again. Miss Mulan, with your talent, you're also free to enter some of the cultivation sites in Two Worlds City to cultivate. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor gave Mulan a token. Many thanks, Senior. Mulan expressed her thanks to the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor. You're welcome. I also hope to see you grow, especially since we're all from the primordial realm. The Hangyu Heavenly Emperor smiled and said to Lu Ming, the Celestial Venerable wants to see you. Come with me. Lu Ming nodded and followed the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor. Soon, they arrived at a side hall. There, Lu Ming met the white-haired Celestial Venerable. Junior greets Heavenly venerates 6 sages. Lu Ming saluted the white-haired Celestial Venerable. Heavenly venerates 6 sages was the white-haired Heavenly venerates title. Chapter 2260, comprehending the indestructible ancient scroll. Heavenly venerates 6 sages was dressed in white and had white hair. He had a gentle smile on his face and no aura could be felt from his body. He was just like a kind old man. Lu Ming, I've called you here to give you some rewards. All top heaven's favorites will be nurtured by the higher-ups in the heaven realm. They can enter and leave some cultivation holy lands freely. Take this token. A token appeared in Sixth Saint's hand and he handed it to Lu Ming. It was the same token that the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor had given Mulan. Lu Ming took it and kept it. B0X. There are detailed records of the cultivation sanctuaries in the token. You can look at the places you want to go to cultivate in the future. Also, after saying that, Heavenly venerates 6 sages raised his hand and 3 gray stones appeared in the sky. This is Chaos Gems. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This was definitely a stone of chaos. Lu Ming would not be mistaken. He had obtained one in the past at an auction in the Heavenly Emperor City. Back then, people thought that the Chaos Stone's Chaos Chi had dried up. Hence, it was not expensive. Otherwise, the price would be very shocking. These 3 Chaos Gems obviously hadn't dried up. They contained Chaos Chi that could be sensed. Lu Ming's heart was burning. Chaos Chi was better than Primordial Chi. It was a top-notch treasure for cultivating a small world. After refining it, the small world's evolution could be accelerated. At the same time, it would be more stable and could also improve one's cultivation level. Take these 3 chaos gems. They're an additional reward for you. With that, he waved his hand and 3 chaos gems flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and thanked the 6 sages. This is all I can give you. After all, the resources of the heaven realm are limited. If all of them are concentrated on one person, many people will have objections. The Celestial said. It's those people from Blue City again. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor said unhappily. The Heavenly Venerate smiled helplessly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Two World City was not as united as it seemed. There were many tricks up its sleeve. There were probably many factions. Where there were people, there would be competition. Lu Ming understood this very well. Lu Ming, one can only give you so many consumables like the Chaos Stones, Primordial Chaos Stones, and the World Core. If you want more, you can only fight for it yourself. As for those non-consumables like cultivation sanctuaries, you don't have to worry about that. You're free to enter. The 6th saint added. Lu Ming nodded. He understood that the more he used chaos gems, primordial chaos gems, and the like, the less he used them. The cultivation world had such a long history. These treasures must be pathetically few and limited. As for some cultivation holy lands, such as places that could help people comprehend the Tao, such places could be recycled, and people could naturally enter freely. He believed that the other heaven's favorites would be treated the same way. Lu Ming was already very satisfied. The value of 3 chaos gems was shocking. May I ask, Celestial Venerable, how should I fight for more chaos gems, primordial chaos gems, and other things? Lu Ming asked. When you kill alien races, a kind of crystal core will be formed in their bodies. That is the source of energy for alien races. As long as you take the crystal core of an alien race, you can exchange it for treasures. As long as you have enough crystal cores, you can exchange for any treasure, including chaos gems and so on. The Celestial said. Hunting alien races? Lu Ming clenched his fists. He was here to kill the alien races. He could hunt for the crystal cores and exchange them for treasures. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After that, Lu Ming and the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor bade farewell to the 6 sages. The Hangyu Heavenly Emperor then arranged a place for them to stay. In a courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and consolidated his cultivation. The small world in his body burst out with a strong suction force. From the outside world, endless origin chi gathered toward Lu Ming. Through Lu Ming's pores, it surged into his body and then into the small world, becoming a part of it. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to refine the chaos chi in the chaos gem. His cultivation had just broken through and he planned to consolidate it for a while. A day later, Lu Ming stopped absorbing the origin energy of heaven and earth. Now, he planned to start comprehending the indestructible ancient scroll. Lu Ming focused his attention. In his mind, all kinds of profound mysteries related to the indestructible ancient scroll emerged and Lu Ming began to comprehend them in detail. To cultivate the indestructible ancient scroll to large success, I need as many as 18 types of nomological laws. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. In other words, if he could cultivate the indestructible ancient scroll to large success, he would be able to derive 18 nomological laws. This was extremely shocking. An ordinary ancient scripture only contained a few types of laws. After cultivating it to large success, one could only control a few types of laws. An ancient scripture with 9 types of laws was already very shocking. It could allow one to cultivate all the way to the Great Emperor realm. However, the indestructible ancient scroll contained 18 types of nomological laws. No wonder it was known as one of the most famous ancient scrolls in the heaven realm. It made many people envious. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had only mastered 3 of the 18 laws. Life laws, array laws, and artifact laws. The core law of the indestructible ancient scroll was the law of life. Indestructible, indestructible, it was the interpretation of an extremely powerful life force. Only by controlling the life law would one have the opportunity to cultivate the indestructible ancient scroll to the great completion level, and then be able to display its greatest effect. If it were any other son of heaven, although they could also cultivate, it would be impossible to cultivate to large success. This was because they had already mastered one of the ultimate laws, and it was impossible for them to control the life law. On the other hand, ordinary king physiques could still be cultivated to large success if they did not have someone who had mastered an ultimate maxim. This was because they could use the indestructible ancient scroll to deduce the life maxim. In addition, there were also array Dao laws. Lu Ming realized that many people cultivated array Dao laws in their divine abilities. The paragons who had fought with him before all had array Dao laws in their laws. The array Dao laws could condense endless runes and change into a myriad of forms. It was indeed the most ideal law to construct a divine power technique. The indestructible ancient scroll required 18 types of laws, but Lu Ming only controlled 3 of them. However, he could already cultivate them. Furthermore, he had the life law. The power that he could cultivate would definitely not be weak. To cultivate divine arts, one must find a place that is beneficial to comprehending divine arts. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He took out the token given to him by the 6th saint and studied it carefully. After reading it, Lu Ming left the courtyard and headed to a place in Two World City. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived in front of an ancient hall. There were guards outside the hall, but Lu Ming entered easily after taking out his token. After walking into the ancient palace, there was a door of light. This door of light led to a small world. Lu Ming stepped into the door of light without hesitation. The next moment, he appeared on a mountain peak. As expected, it's a path understanding ancient tree. Standing on the mountain peak, Lu Ming looked into the distance and was shocked. There was also a path understanding ancient tree in Two World City. This path understanding ancient tree had fully matured. It blocked out the sky and the sun. Like a world tree, it surged into the clouds. Between the branches, there was a great Tao surrounding it, which was extremely mysterious. It was more than 10 times taller than the path understanding ancient tree in the Gu family. Chapter 2261 5-star Void Emperor. This was the 4th path understanding ancient tree that Lu Ming had seen. He also had one for himself and one of the top 10 battle beasts he had seen in the Yuan continent, the Titan Bull. There was also one beside the Titan Bull. There was one in the Gu family, and there was one here. The one here and the one with the Titan Longhorn Beetle were both mature. This place was a holy land for cultivation in Two World City. He had the token, so he could enter and cultivate at will. B0x. Calm Lu Ming flew forward. The closer he was to the path understanding ancient tree, the more he could feel the magnificence of the path understanding ancient tree. Moreover, his body and mind became unusually calm. If one cultivated here, the speed of comprehending nomological laws and cultivating divine power techniques would definitely be much faster than anywhere else. Many people were cultivating under the path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming chose an isolated place, sat cross-legged, and started to comprehend quietly. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in a flash. Lu Ming was already at the beginner level of the cultivation of the indestructible ancient scroll. The life law, array law, and weapon law intertwined together to form a unique divine power technique. Once it was activated, his life force would reach an astonishing level. Not only for the body, but also for the soul. The recovery speed was several times faster than the life law. One had to know that this was only 3 types of nomological laws. If it was cultivated to large success, the magical power formed by 18 types of nomological laws would be astonishing and almost indestructible. Of course, the undying ancient scroll's profoundness was not limited to this. Not only did he have the ability to recover, but he also had the ability to attack. Inside, there was another divine power called the inextinguishable golden body. By cultivating this divine ability, one's entire body would seem to have turned into a peerless divine weapon. Its defensive power was astonishing, and it was immortal. Furthermore, it also possessed terrifying offensive power. Every part of his body was like a divine weapon that could explode with shocking power. This was the indestructible ancient scroll. It could attack and defend, and its recovery ability was astonishing. It was no wonder that even the celestial Thearch was envious and wanted to obtain it. Lu Ming immediately started to comprehend. Very soon, Lu Ming had cultivated under the path understanding ancient tree for a month. The speed at which one cultivated divine abilities here was indeed astonishing. In a short month, Lu Ming had already cultivated the indestructible ancient scroll to a certain level. Of course, if he wanted to increase its power, he would have to comprehend the other nomological laws in the indestructible ancient scroll. The more nomological laws he mastered, the stronger the power would be. However, Lu Ming had no intention of comprehending other laws now. He had already mastered 9 types of laws and would need to spend a lot of energy to comprehend them. He should not bite off more than he could chew. Lu Ming planned to put his energy into the 9 types of laws he had now. Now, it's time to refine the chaos chi. Lu Ming smiled and left the place. He returned to his residence and entered the mountain and river diagram. Then, a chaos gem appeared in his hand. Lu Ming circulated the power of the world. With a single breath, 3 streams of air were sucked out of the chaos gem. They were 3 wisps of chaos chi. A chaos gem usually contained 3 wisps of chaos chi. Lu Ming took a deep breath and the 3 chaos gems were sucked into his mouth. They surged into the small world and Lu Ming began to refine. Boom! 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 The small world trembled slightly and became more stable. At the same time, its surface area grew larger. After refining the 3 wisps of chaotic chi, he took out a chaos gem and sucked out the 3 wisps of chaotic chi from it before continuing the refinement. Just like that, a month later, he refined all 3 chaos gems and a total of 9 strands of chaos chi. A total of 9 wisps of chaos chi caused his cultivation to skyrocket. His cultivation had just broken through to the 4-star Void Emperor realm. Now, he had broken through to the 5-star Void Emperor realm and even reached the peak of the 5-star Void Emperor realm. This speed was shocking. One had to know that the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to raise it, and the more energy it would require. From this, one could see how precious the 9 wisps of chaos chi were. If I had an endless supply of chaos gems, wouldn't my cultivation level be continuously improved? Lu Ming's eyes lit up, but he shook his head soon after. This was impossible. The reason he could improve so quickly was that he already had 9 types of nomological laws, all of which had reached the perfection of the first realm. The nomological threads covered the entire small world, making it very stable. Only then could he continuously refine energy to improve himself. If it were anyone else who had not cultivated their nomological laws to the right level, such a crazy increase would probably cause the small world to explode. My chaos laws. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could sense that the laws of chaos were about to break through. Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes and seized this fleeting inspiration. A day later, a dusky law rose from Lu Ming's body. It was the law of chaos. However, the power of the law of chaos that he was controlling now was much stronger than before. The second realm. Lu Ming's chaos laws were the first to break through to the second realm. When Lu Ming was going through the heavenly tribulation, he had experienced a series of battles. His understanding of the various laws had improved. Now, because he had refined the chaos chi and the chaos laws were connected, Lu Ming finally grasped a trace of inspiration and successfully made a breakthrough. The breakthrough in the chaos laws had undoubtedly made Lu Ming stronger. I don't know how strong I am now. Lu Ming pondered secretly. If he were to face one of the 9 absolutes, the Black Tortoise Forest, he would be able to defeat it easily. Let's go to the path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming was excited. He wanted to go to the Path Understanding Ancient Tree and see if he could break through a few more laws in one go. He then went to the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree to comprehend the laws. A month later, Lu Ming was disappointed. His other 8 laws had all reached a bottleneck. When one encountered a bottleneck, it was not something that could be broken through simply by bitter cultivation and comprehension. The Path Understanding Ancient Tree was not very useful in this regard. The Path Understanding Ancient Tree was very useful for people like him who had just broken through the bottleneck of the chaotic laws. It could help Lu Ming to deepen his understanding and improve his level of mastery. It seems like it's time to go to the battlefield to train. The best way to break through the bottleneck was to engage in a life-and-death battle. Only in a life-and-death battle could one stimulate one's potential and improve quickly. When Lu Ming was going through the tribulation, he had to face a life-and-death battle. At the end, he fell into a life-and-death state and comprehended how to merge the laws of life, chaos, and death. Lu Ming left the place. First, he bought a piece of information that introduced the battlefield and read it in detail. The battlefield between the Hunyuan Heavenly Region and the Taiching Heavenly Region was huge and vast. Apart from some ordinary battlefields, there were also some special battlefields. For example, when Lu Ming first came, the ancient battlefield was very strange. No one dared to enter it in the past. In addition, the Heaven Realm and the alien races had divided several special battlefields for the powerhouses of both sides to fight. They were the Empty Emperor Battlefield, the True Emperor Battlefield, and the Great Emperor Battlefield. These battlefields corresponded to people of different cultivation bases. Chapter 2261. Returning to the battlefield. For example, in the battlefield of the Illusionary Emperor, 2 illusionary emperors would enter and kill each other. Firstly, he could train himself. Secondly, he could kill his opponents and weaken them. He could also obtain rewards. In the Heaven Realm, the rules were that if one hunted alien races and took their crystal cores, they would be rewarded. There were also corresponding rewards for the alien races. Killing the Heaven Realm's powerhouses would also give them rewards. The battlefield of True Emperors was a battle between True Emperors. B0x. It was the same for the battlefield of Great Emperors. Moreover, for so many years, there had been an unspoken rule between the two sides that True Emperor powerhouses were not allowed to enter the battlefield of the Empty Emperors. Great Emperor experts couldn't enter the battlefield of True Emperors. However, a Void Emperor could enter the battlefield of True Emperors, the battlefield of Great Emperors, as long as you were not afraid of death. If those of higher cultivation could enter the battlefields of those of lower cultivation, then these battlefields would be meaningless. If you send people with higher cultivation bases into the battlefields of lower cultivation bases to kill people with lower cultivation bases, then we can also send people. In that case, these battlefields would have no meaning to exist. After Lu Ming watched it once, he more or less had some understanding of the battlefield outside. He then walked out of Two Worlds City. At a relatively remote part of the city wall, there were people guarding it. At the same time, a door of light was opened, allowing one to enter and leave the Two Worlds City freely. Of course, there was a formation here. If any foreign tribe tried to sneak in, they would be immediately identified and killed by the experts guarding the place. Lu Ming went through the door of light and arrived outside Two Worlds City. Buzz! Lu Ming retracted his aura and dashed in one direction while sticking close to the ground. The first place Lu Ming wanted to go was the Illusionary Emperor battlefield. His speed was very fast, like a shadow sweeping across the ground. After running for a long distance, Lu Ming finally entered the battlefield of the Empty Emperors. Lu Ming slowed down after entering the Illusionary Emperor battlefield. However, he did not conceal his aura after arriving here. Instead, he completely revealed his aura. This was merely the battlefield of the illusionary Thearchs. The strongest being was the illusionary Thearch, so Lu Ming was not afraid at all. Now that he was a 5-star Void Emperor, he was not afraid of anyone within the Void Emperor realm. The reason why he released his aura was to attract the foreign races to hunt him down. Lu Ming fully released the aura of a 5-star illusionary emperor. Then, he walked slowly on the battlefield, waiting for a big fish to take the bait. Lu Ming walked for a while. Not far away, 5 figures were hidden on a mountain peak. These 5 figures were all from the heaven realm. They saw Lu Ming from afar. What's up with that kid? He's actually releasing his aura on the battlefield. He's simply courting death. This kid must be a hothead. It must be his first time on the battlefield. He thinks that he's amazing just because he has the cultivation of a 5-star void emperor. One don't know how many people can kill him in this battlefield. A few of them mocked. No, we're both from the heaven realm. We can't just leave him to die. One think he has no experience. It's his first time on the battlefield. Let's go and remind him. A middle-aged man said. He had a square face and looked very righteous. After saying that, he flew out, and the others followed. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows when he heard the commotion. He looked toward the group and was disappointed. It turned out to be someone from the heaven realm. He had thought that they were from a different race. Little brother, this must be your first time coming to the battlefield of the empty Thearch. The square-faced man said. Yes, I am. Lu Ming nodded. Little brother, it's too dangerous for you to release your aura like this. It's equivalent to exposing yourself to the enemy. Soon, many powerful warriors of the foreign races will be attracted here. Restrain your aura, find a place to ambush, or act secretly. Only then can you kill the foreign races. The square-faced man kindly advised. Thank you, big brother. I know what to do. Lu Ming smiled and left. However, he still didn't hide his aura. He's so stubborn. He's really looking for death. I guess he's a disciple of some big family. He thinks he can look down on others just because he has some strength. You must know that some peak void emperors have lived for a long time and their fighting strength is comparable to that of an ordinary true emperor. Even if he is a genius, he will still die. The other people said unhappily. Who cares? We've already warned him. He's just too arrogant. He deserves to die. Let's go. A skinny old man was the most unhappy and mocked. They returned to the mountain peak where they had laid in ambush. However, the square-faced man was still frowning, as if he couldn't bear to do it. After a while, the square-faced man said, No, that young man has reached the level of a 5-star void emperor at such a young age. He is definitely a top heavens pride expert. When he grows up in the future, our heaven realm may have another top expert. It would be a great loss if he were to die just like that. I've decided to persuade him and warn him again. You're still going? That kind of person, if we don't make him suffer, he won't wake up. He'll still think he's the best in the world. The skinny old man said. Although that's the case, we're all from the heaven realm, so I have to remind you. Let's go. After the square-faced man finished speaking, he flew in the direction that Lu Ming had left. The square-faced man was obviously quite dignified. Although the others were unwilling, they still followed him. Lu Ming did not conceal his aura at all and continued to move forward. Previously, although the square-faced man and the rest had good intentions, they did not understand Lu Ming's combat strength at all. Why haven't the foreign races been attracted yet? Lu Ming grumbled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw a large mountain peak in front of him. These mountain peaks were filled with grotesque rocks and rugged terrain, and ancient trees towered into the sky. They were the most suitable for an ambush. Perhaps there was a foreign race hidden here. Lu Ming strode toward the mountain peaks. Lu Ming's guess was right. There were indeed powerhouses from the alien races lying in ambush in this mountain. Moreover, the alien races had already discovered Lu Ming. Hee, it's someone from the heaven realm. This kid is most likely a hothead. He actually dares to swagger around here. He's really looking for death. He's young, but his cultivation isn't weak. He must be a heaven's favorite. The rewards for killing a heaven's favorite are quite good. There were at least a dozen alien races hiding on a mountain. They were all transmitting their voices in excitement. Attack! When Lu Ming got close, one of the evil god race members shouted. More than 10 evil god race members rushed out of the mountain and surrounded Lu Ming. It's finally here. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. At this time, the square-faced man and the others finally arrived nearby. They were a long distance away, but their expressions changed drastically. Not good. It's the alien race. That kid is ambushed. I told you he's looking for death. Let's go, or we'll die too. The skinny man and the others shouted and tried to escape. That was because the evil god race had also discovered them. The square-faced man revealed a complicated expression. He gritted his teeth and was about to escape. If they didn't escape, they would all die. However, at this moment, he was stunned. The others were also stunned. Their bodies froze in the air. It was because Lu Ming made his move at this moment. Chapter 2262. Sweeping across the entire path, Lu Ming did not say anything else and attacked immediately. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming pointed more than 10 times in a row. The force of his fingers swept across the air. Each finger force contained 3 types of laws. During this period of time, Lu Ming had also tried to create some new divine abilities. For example, he could merge other nomological laws into the chaotic finger of tribulation or the chaotic divine palm to create a new divine power. B0X. Calm. Although it was not as powerful as the chaos hammer, the death sword, the infinite dragon spear, and other magical powers, it was enough for normal use. What Lu Ming was casting now was the upgraded version of the chaos apocalyptic finger. It had added other laws. This was not a simple fusion of laws. It was a magical power that had been developed after a wonderful intertwining. The dozen evil god tribe members were unable to block it at all. Their eyebrows were pierced through, and they died on the spot. No matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, they were all killed in seconds, including a 7-star Void Emperor. After killing more than 10 members of the foreign tribe, Lu Ming waved his hand. The world energy turned into a sharp blade and cut open the evil god tribe members' bodies, digging out their crystal cores. More than a dozen fist-sized crystal cores were emitting strange fluctuations, sparkling and shining. Lu Ming smiled. This was his first harvest. He took out an empty storage ring and stored the crystal core in it. Then, Lu Ming turned around and nodded at the square-faced man. He then turned around and left, disappearing from the place in the blink of an eye. The square-faced man and the skinny old man were petrified and their eyes were wide open. They only reacted after a long time. What terrifying strength! With a cultivation base of 5th level 5-star, he killed more than a dozen evil god tribesmen in an instant. One of them was even a 7-star illusionary emperor. And it looks like he didn't use any effort at all. All of them were killed in seconds. This person is definitely a rare heaven's favorite. His battle prowess is shocking. The few people who ridiculed Lu Ming earlier were now in awe. It seems that we've been too complacent and thought that he was a hothead. He doesn't have such strength. He deliberately released his aura to attract the alien races to kill him. Our talents have limited our imagination. The square-faced man sighed. The skinny old man's face was red with shame. Just now, he was the one who ridiculed Lu Ming the most, saying that Lu Ming was a hothead, overestimating his own ability, and that he was courting death. Now, he realized that it was not the case at all. He was just short-sighted and narrow-minded. Let's go back and continue the ambush. We don't have that kind of strength. The square-faced man laughed at himself and then left. Lu Ming continued to release his aura like before. As expected, he attracted the attention of the alien races, but they were all killed by him. However, after that, Lu Ming's reputation had also spread on this battlefield. Many people knew that a peerless genius had come from the heaven realm. His combat strength was amazing. For a moment, the alien races did not come out at all when they saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming's trick had failed. Lu Ming was very speechless. It seemed like this move couldn't be used for long. He could only rely on himself to find the evil god tribe. Lu Ming headed toward the center of the illusionary Thearch battlefield. In the center of the Void Emperor battlefield, a group of top Void Emperors had gathered. The top Void Emperors from both sides were hunting each other. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. There was no need for him to hide at all. He crossed the sky directly and flew rapidly towards the center of the battlefield. Not long after, he arrived at the core area of the illusionary Thearch battlefield. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming had just entered the core area when he heard deafening rumbles coming from the front. Beams of dazzling multicolored light shot up into the sky continuously. The scene was shocking. There was a battle going on, and it was not just one. Instead, there were many people fighting fiercely. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and flew in that direction. At this moment, a fierce battle was taking place in front of Lu Ming. A group of Heaven Realm experts was being attacked by a group of evil god tribe experts. There were about 20 experts from the Heaven Realm, but there were about 50 experts from the evil god tribe. Both sides were experts, both at the 6-star Void Emperor realm and above. In the Void Emperor realm, both were top experts. Charge out. On the Heaven Realm side, there was a true dragon that had turned into 100 meters long. It roared continuously, and its dragon horn constantly shot out lightning bolts, trying to rush out. This true dragon was extremely powerful. It was a 7-star illusionary emperor and had mastered 5 types of laws. It could be said that it was very powerful. However, the other party also had an existence of the same level, blocking him. At this time, there were more than 20 masters from Heaven Realm, each of them bathed in blood, and some of them had already been seriously injured. On the ground, there were corpses of both humans and divine beasts. All, arg! A shrill cry rang out. On the side of the Heaven Realm, a giant elephant was split in half by an axe of an evil god race member and died on the spot. Damn it. Charge. We must charge out. The true dragon roared. This time, they had fallen into a trap. In this core region, the peak illusionary emperors from both sides were hunting each other. This time, the Heaven Realm had gathered dozens of peak illusionary emperors. They had originally wanted to make a big move and ambush the evil god tribe. But they didn't expect to be ambushed by the other side. The other side sent out even more strong people, and the Heaven Realm suffered heavy losses. There were only about 20 of them left, and they tried their best to break out of the encirclement. However, the enemy's numbers were too many, at least twice their number. Even if they used all their strength, it would be difficult for them to charge out. Charge out, whoever can charge out counts, we can't all die here. Someone shouted. A human expert with shocking battle prowess that wasn't weaker than the true dragon charged forward with all his might, but he was attacked by 2 experts of the same level. He was beaten until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was forced to retreat. Don't even think about escaping. Today, all of you will be annihilated. A burly member of the evil god race spoke coldly. These evil god tribe members were all purple-scaled aristocrats of the evil god tribe, and their battle prowess was astonishing. The experts of the Heaven Realm were in danger. At this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived. Whoosh! He was like a beam of light, flying over from the distance, alarming everyone. There is only one person from the Heaven Realm, and he is a 5-star Void Emperor. The evil god tribe's powerhouses relaxed when they sensed Lu Ming's cultivation base. As for the Heaven Realm side, they all revealed looks of disappointment. Little brother, quickly go, leave this place. Someone shouted loudly. He did not want to see Lu Ming coming to his death. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. I'll send him on his way. An evil god tribe member who was equivalent to a 6-star illusionary emperor wielded a battle axe and charged toward Lu Ming. Buzz! He swung his axe at Lu Ming. A combat sword was formed in Lu Ming's hand. Divine Power Death Sword. However, it was only made up of 7 types of laws. Lu Ming did not add the laws of chaos. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation level, the power that he could unleash was shocking. A beam of sword light slashed out and destroyed the evil god tribe member's attack. His body, along with his battle axe, was split into 2 by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming controlled the world energy to sweep up the evil god tribe member's crystal core. Chapter 2264. Entering the battlefield of true emperors, he had killed a 6-star illusionary emperor of the evil god tribe with a single sword strike. After killing the evil god, Lu Ming continued to move forward with a fiery look in his eyes. There were a total of more than 50 evil god tribe members who were 6-star illusionary emperors and above. These crystal cores should be able to be exchanged for many treasures. This kid has some strength. Send a few more people and kill him. Some of the evil god tribe 1's experts roared in rage. Kill. B0X. Kill. Instantly, 6 members of the evil god race charged toward Lu Ming. Among them, there were 2 7-star void emperors and 2 6-star void emperors. When the 6 of them attacked at the same time, the power was astonishing. Whoosh. Whoosh. The evil god race's third eye shone with a brilliant light, and 6 beams of destructive light shot out toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword and immediately dispersed the 6 beams of destructive light. He then used the 6-feathered divine wings. With a flap of the wings, his body suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. It was as if he had penetrated through space and appeared in front of the 6 members of the evil god race in an instant. The sword of death grew rapidly, becoming dozens of meters long, and slashed horizontally. 3 members of the evil god race were sliced into 2 by the sword light, and the destructive power in all directions completely wiped out the life force of the evil god race. The remaining 3 members of RH evil god race turned pale with fright. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Whoosh! Lu Ming swung his sword again, and the remaining 3 members of the evil god race died as well. With a sweep of his world energy, he collected the crystal cores of the 6 evil god tribe members. The evil god race and heaven realm experts who were in the midst of a great battle were all stunned. Even their great battle had stopped. Those were 2 7-star void emperors and 4 6-star void emperors. Together, their battle strength was absolutely astonishing. Not many living beings could resist the Void Emperor realm. However, 6 such experts were like cabbages in front of Lu Ming. They were easily cut and killed. They finally understood that a terrifying expert had arrived. Otherwise, a 5-star Void Emperor would not have dared to rush over upon seeing so many experts. As for RH living beings of the Heaven realm, they were ecstatic. They were already in danger and could have been wiped out by the evil god race and died here. This kind of example would often happen on this battlefield. However, Lu Ming's appearance gave them hope. Kill. After killing the 6 experts of the evil god tribe, Lu Ming did not stop. He flapped his 6-feathered divine wings and charged toward the evil god tribe. Lu Ming was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. He destroyed everything like rotten wood. With every slash of his sword, at least 1 evil god tribe member was killed. Regardless of whether they were 6-star or 7-star illusionary emperors, as long as they were illusionary emperors, they were all the same in front of Lu Ming. They would be killed in 1 strike. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had killed more than 10 evil god race members. Including the ones he had just killed, he had killed more than 20 of them in less than a minute. The evil god tribe's army of over 50 members was reduced to over 30 in an instant. Retreat, retreat. The evil god race was panicking. They understood that they had encountered a terrifying genius. Facing such a genius, they had no way of fighting back and could only escape. Don't let them go. Kill. The living beings of the heaven realm were all roused up as they roared one after another. Disregarding their injuries, they charged towards the evil god race with all their might, tying them down and not allowing them to escape. Get lost. Get lost. The evil god tribe members panicked and charged wildly. However, most of them were still killed by Lu Ming. Only a few managed to escape. However, their speed was much slower than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming cast the six-feathered divine wings, and his figure flickered non-stop. He caught up with the evil god tribe members who had escaped and killed them one by one. They then returned and charged towards the evil god race that were being held back by the heaven realm beings. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Not long after, the entire evil god race was killed, and not a single one was left. More than 50 members of the evil god tribe, all of whom were 6-star illusionary Thearchs and above, had fallen here. The living beings of the heaven realm felt like they were in a dream. In the beginning, they were ambushed and suffered heavy casualties. Then, they were besieged. Many people thought that they were doomed today. However, the arrival of Lu Ming and the release of Rhe Strength King's raging waves had completely reversed the situation. Many thanks, little brother. How should I address you? The true dragon turned into a middle-aged man and walked over to Lu Ming to thank him. The others also came over to thank him. My name is Lu Ming. You don't have to stand on ceremony. I'm just passing by. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming? Could it be that Lu Ming who became an emperor with many laws? It must be him. Otherwise, who else would have such combat strength? Upon hearing Lu Ming's name, the living beings in Rhe Heaven Realm were filled with respect. During this period of time, Lu Ming's name had spread throughout the Heaven Realm. Many experts in Two Worlds City had also heard of his name. To be able to control 9 types of nomological laws before becoming a sovereign, and even 3 of them were supreme laws, was something that had never happened before. Most importantly, he had become an emperor, breaking the truth and creating a legend. It would be difficult for him not to be famous. The Heaven Realm being finally came to his senses after hearing Lu Ming's name. No wonder Lu Ming's combat strength was so amazing. If it was that Lu Ming, then it would nor be strange. Everyone, farewell. Lu Ming smiled and left without saying anything. Just now, Lu Ming had taken away the evil god tribe's crystal cores and storage bracelets without any hesitation. Following that, Lu Ming wandered around the core area and killed some top-notch illusionary Thearchs of the evil god tribe. It's too easy for me on this illusionary divine battlefield. There's no opponent at all. In this way, it won't have the slightest tempering effect. Lu Ming started to think. The most important thing for him to do after entering the battlefield was to temper himself and strive to raise his other nomological laws to Rhe's second realm. However, on Rhe battlefield of the illusionary Thearch, no one was his match. He had decided to enter the battlefield of true emperors. The battlefield of true emperors was definitely filled with experts. That was the place where he could temper himself. At the thought of this, Lu Ming did not stop and flew toward the battlefield of the true emperors. The true emperor battlefield was close to the illusionary emperor battlefield, but its area was much larger. The battlefield of true emperors was undoubtedly more dangerous. Those who could cultivate and kill in the battlefield of true emperors were all experts among them. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Along the way, he encountered 2 groups of evil god race members who wanted to attack him but were killed by Lu Ming. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the battlefield of true emperors. At this point, Lu Ming no longer dared to swagger around like he did on the battlefield of Rhe illusionary Thearch. Lu Ming concealed his aura, landed on the ground, and advanced carefully. Lu Ming did not plan to enter the core area of the battlefield of true emperors. Instead, he planned to train in the outer area. The battlefield was very quiet, and not a single figure could be seen. On the battlefield, ordinary people didn't dare to fly, because that would be too big of a target. It was an act of courting death, unless it was a terrifying existence. Lu Ming ran carefully. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual sense and kept an eye on his surroundings. Boom! All of a sudden, the rock beneath Lu Ming's feet cracked open and a huge claw swiped at him. Chapter 2264. Encountering a powerful enemy. A huge hand the size of a water tank, covered in purple scales, grabbed at Lu Ming with shocking power. At the critical moment, Lu Ming reacted. He stomped his foot and a violent force burst out, clashing with the huge hand. Boom! There was a violent explosion. Lu Ming's body was blasted high into the sky like a cannonball. He felt a sharp pain coming from his feet and it was almost split open. B0XO. Calm, what powerful strength. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. When he collided with the claw just now, Lu Ming could feel that the strength of the claw was beyond shocking and far above his. Circulating the indestructible ancient scroll, the injuries on his feet quickly healed. Boom! On the ground, gravel flew everywhere as a burly member of the evil god race appeared. The evil god was covered in purple scales and had an unusually burly figure. He was 4 meters tall and held a thick iron rod as he stared at Lu Ming coldly. Bang! The evil god race member stomped heavily, causing the rocks on the ground to crack. He then soared into the sky, raised his metal rod, and smashed it toward Lu Ming. The iron rod grew rapidly, like a mountain range, pressing down on Lu Ming. The void kept exploding, stirring up endless space storms. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. At this moment, Lu Ming did not hold back at all. He exerted his cultivation to the extreme. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was the divine power infinite dragon spear. It contained 9 nomological laws. The power of the world gushed into the infinite dragon spear in a frenzy. Lu Ming swept his spear out as well, turning it into a shocking spear radiance that collided with the iron rod. Boom! The void rippled like water, and then exploded continuously, stretching for thousands of miles. Then, a figure was sent flying. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's arm was covered in cracks, looking extremely ferocious. This was due to the conflicting laws. However, more importantly, the terrifying power of the other party surged over and injured Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming had used all his strength and cast the divine ability composed of 9 types of laws, he was still no match for the other party. He was sent flying and injured by the other party. One must know that when Lu Ming attacked, he had already activated the inextinguishable golden body. His entire Bodhi's defensive power was astonishing, but he was still injured. It was clear how powerful the other party's skills were. The power that the evil god race cultivates is so strange. It's not a law, but its offensive power is extremely shocking. It can even break through laws. Lu Ming frowned. He sensed that the evil god race's cultivation was rather similar to the ancient cultivation system. For example, the power cultivated by the immemorial demonic Tao and the immemorial demonic Tao was extremely pure, and its power was terrifying. An illusionary divine actually managed to block one of my moves and not die. The evil god tribe members' eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This person must be a peerless heaven's favorite from the heaven realm. He must be killed. Then, he became excited, and a ferocious killing intent emanated from him. He took a step in the air and charged toward Lu Ming again. Kill! Lu Ming did not back down and charged at the other party. Although the other party's combat strength was stronger than his, it was not too ridiculous that he could not kill him in one move. Lu Ming was not afraid as long as he could not kill him in one move. He had the indestructible ancient scroll. He circulated the indestructible ancient scroll and the injuries he had just suffered had already healed. Lu Ming was still in his peak condition. Lu Ming circulated the 9 types of laws, his physical strength, and the world energy to the extreme. He waved the infinite dragon spear and fought with his opponent. Boom! Boom! After 2 consecutive moves, Lu Ming was sent flying again. The bones in his body made a cracking sound and blood seeped out of his mouth. However, his injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. In just a breath's time, he had recovered more than half of his injuries. This was the terrifying aspect of the indestructible ancient scroll. Its recovery effect was not something that a single life law could compare to. Again. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. Pressure. He finally felt the pressure. On the battlefield of the empty emperor, it was impossible to have such a thing. The battlefield of the true emperor was indeed extraordinary. As soon as he entered, he encountered such a terrifying opponent. However, this was also the best training target for Lu Ming to do his best in the battle. Lu Ming held the long spear and rushed toward the other party. The two of them continued to fight. In terms of attack power, Lu Ming was no match for him. Every time he was blasted away and injured by the other party, he could heal quickly at an alarming speed. Monster, this monster. The evil god tribe members roared, and their eyes were filled with fear. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long hiss. His aura was like a rainbow as he continuously charged at his opponent, as if he was not afraid of death. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He felt a fatal danger. Bang! The ground exploded and a figure charged out at an astonishing speed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, a few black lights slashed at Lu Ming's head at an even more terrifying speed. They were sharp blades that could easily cut through space. Danger, extreme danger. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. At the critical moment, he waved the infinite dragon spear and blocked the two sharp blades. Zzzzzzzzz. The sharp blade hit the infinite dragon spear and made an ear-piercing sound. The infinite dragon spear was completely formed by the power of the world and 9 types of laws. However, at this moment, the laws shook and were cut by the sharp blade, almost cutting the infinite dragon spear in two. Fortunately, the 2 blades were blocked. However, there was still a third one. Yes, there was a third blade that was aimed at Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the 6-feathered divine wings and retreated quickly. Blood splattered in all directions. Although Lu Ming had avoided being hit in his vital parts, his chest was still cut by the sharp blade. A deep wound appeared and blood flowed freely. His body was almost cut in half. Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scroll. The wound squirmed rapidly and sealed itself automatically, healing rapidly. At this moment, Lu Ming finally saw the evil god race that had attacked him. This evil god race member had an extremely peculiar appearance. He was very different from the evil god race that Lu Ming had seen in the past. Although this evil god tribe member was covered in purple scales, he was extremely small and was only about a meter tall. However, the most peculiar thing about him was that he actually had 4 arms. It had 4 arms, each holding a sharp blade. There was also a third eye on the forehead of this evil god tribe member. What kind of evil god tribe is this? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the past, he had never seen such an evil god tribe member. An illusionary divine is actually so difficult to deal with. He is definitely a rare heaven's favorite. He must be killed. A cruel look appeared in the eyes of the thin and small evil god race member. His body trembled and he disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying sense of danger from behind. Without a second thought, Lu Ming activated his 6-feathered divine wings. His transparent wings flapped rapidly and he dodged the attack. However, a huge iron rod came crashing down on Lu Ming. The powerful force was so strong that Lu Ming could not breathe. It was another member of the evil god tribe who made a move. He aimed at Lu Ming's retreating path and launched a move. Chapter 2266. The Division of True Emperor Realms. Combat Strength. Lu Ming was surrounded by 2 members of the evil god race and could not dodge in time. At the critical moment, Lu Ming waved his infinite dragon spear and blocked in front of him. Boom! Lu Ming's arm cracked and his bones broke. A terrifying force came pressing down on him, sending him flying and coughing up blood. At the same time, the thin and small evil god race member attacked again and charged toward Lu Ming. B0XO. Calm Lu Ming roared and dodged with all his might. At the same time, he activated the inextinguishable golden body and his body became as hard as a divine weapon. However, the other party's sharp blade slashed at Lu Ming's body and the inextinguishable golden body was still broken. A few deep wounds appeared and touched the bone armor. If he didn't have the imperishable golden body, his body would have been cut in half. Damn it, why is this brat so hard to kill? Kill, kill, kill. The thin and small evil god continued to roar. His 4 arms and 4 sharp blades kept swinging out, launching a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other member of the evil god tribe charged toward Lu Ming. The two of them attacked and Lu Ming was in danger. Lu Ming used all his strength, constantly dodging and occasionally retaliating. However, he was still constantly injured. There were a few times when he was almost beheaded. Fortunately, he had the indestructible ancient scroll, which allowed his injuries to recover quickly. If it had been anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, he couldn't continue like this. He was still no match for the other party and would be killed by him long ago. One of the opponents was powerful while the other was astonishingly fast. Both of them were more powerful than Lu Ming. Lu Ming began to consider if he should use the fallen star bow. Right at this moment, not far away, a streak of rainbow light whizzed over. Its speed was extremely shocking. Human. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming saw that it was a white-haired old man, who was charging straight towards their battlefield. Whoosh! From a distance, the old man slashed out a sword light toward that thin and small evil god race member. That thin and small evil god race member brandished his 4 sharp blades to block, clashing with the sword light. With a few explosions, the body of the small evil god race member trembled violently and was sent flying. At this moment, the white-haired old man had already arrived. He held a long sword in his hand, and an ice-cold sword light burst forth, pouring down toward the thin and small evil god race member. This old man's strength was shocking, and it was even above that of the small evil god race member. Instantly, the small evil god race member was unable to retaliate and could only defend. With only the burly evil god left, Lu Ming's pressure was greatly reduced. Buzz! Lu Ming waved his infinite dragon spear and charged toward the burly evil god. Although he was no match for the burly evil god tribe, Lu Ming did not care about his own defense at all and launched a frenzied attack. Even if the other party's attack landed on Lu Ming, as long as it was not an instant kill, Lu Ming was not afraid. In the beginning of the fierce battle between the two, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage. However, as time passed, he began to turn the tables. He didn't care about defense. Even if he was injured, he could recover quickly. However, the other party couldn't do it. He had to divert his attention to defense. After a long battle, his energy consumption was very heavy. Slowly, Lu Ming actually gained the upper hand and was suppressed instead. Continue, continue. Lu Ming's eyes became extremely bright. In a life-and-death battle, one's potential could be stimulated the most, and one's comprehension of nomological laws was the deepest. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the array Dao law and the death law had reached a limit. He was about to touch the window to a breakthrough. He was so close. As long as he could break through the paper window, Lu Ming would be able to break through. All. At this time, a scream was heard. That small evil god race member was no match for the white-haired old man and was killed by him with a sword. The skinny evil god was killed, and the muscular evil god was shocked. He was in a state of confusion as he was stabbed by Lu Ming's spear, and a hole appeared on his body. The evil god race member didn't care about his injuries and turned around to run. He knew that he was no match for them. If he didn't run, he would die. He ran in the other direction of the white-haired old man. He was running at an amazing speed. You want to leave? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The fallen star bow appeared. He pulled the bowstring and a 9-colored arrow flew out. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the power of the fallen star bow was even more shocking. The arrow flew through the air. The muscular evil god race member wanted to block it, but he was heavily injured and could not block it at all. His head was shot through, and his brain exploded like a watermelon. 2 members of the evil god race had fallen. Ha, amazing, amazing, truly amazing. The white-haired elder laughed and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the 5-star illusionary emperor stage, but his combat strength was shockingly powerful, which shocked him greatly. Thank you for your help, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked him. You don't have to thank me. With your strength, even if I didn't do anything, you would be fine. You're only a 5-star void emperor, but you're actually able to fight against a 5th stage true emperor. This really surprised me. 5th stage true emperor? Lu Ming had a puzzled look. Little brother, you don't know how true emperors are ranked? The white-haired old man was surprised. Lu Ming shook his head. He really did not know. You don't know the true emperor's combat strength and you dare to come to the battlefield of true emperors. The white-haired old man was speechless. He continued, little brother, let's take the crystal core first and then leave this place. I'm afraid that the battle just now will attract others. All right. Lu Ming flew toward the burly evil god and put away his storage bracelet and crystal core. The white-haired old man then kept the evil god race's storage bracelet and crystal core. Then, the 2 of them left the place. Not long after, they appeared in a hidden cave. On the way, Lu Ming found out that the old man's name was Bai Tai. Lu Ming also told him his name. However, the old man had never heard of Lu Ming's name. This was because he had been killing alien races on the battlefield and had not gone out. Senior White, I wonder how the true Emperor realm's battle strength is divided? Lu Ming asked again. Previously, he had heard Bai Tai say that he had the battle power of a stage 5 true emperor and not a few-star true emperor. He was very curious. The true emperor realm is a very complicated realm. In terms of cultivation, it's usually 1 to 7 stars. However, there's a huge difference in battle strength, and that's because of the laws. In the true emperor realm, laws determine one's combat power. Cultivation isn't that important. For example, a 7-star true emperor only has 3 to 4 types of second realm laws, while a 1-star true emperor has 9 types of third realm laws. So, who do you think is stronger? Bai Tai explained and then asked. Naturally, the one who controls 9 types of third-level laws is stronger. Lu Ming said. That's right. That's why in the true emperor realm, although cultivation can also determine one's combat power, it's not that important. Nomological laws have a greater influence on combat power. However, the gap in the laws of the true emperor realm is too big, as everyone knows. As long as one's cultivation reaches the peak of the void emperor realm and has cultivated 3 types of nomological laws to the second realm, one can break through to the true emperor realm and become a 1-star true emperor. However, this is the weakest 1-star true emperor, who is only at the second realm of 3 types of nomological laws. If you want to become a great emperor, you have to cultivate the 9 types of laws to the third realm. Some peak true emperor laws can control 9 types of third realm laws. 3 types of second level, 9 types of third level, and each level has a different level of maturity. What's the difference between them? Bai Tai explained in detail. Chapter 2267 Joining hands. Lu Ming touched his nose. He understood that there was a huge difference between them. 3 types of second realm, 9 types of third realm. This difference was truly shocking. The weakest true emperor has a 1-star cultivation and can control 3 types of second realm laws. A peak true emperor has a 7-star cultivation and can control 9 types of third realm laws. The difference in strength is too shocking. It's impossible to accurately distinguish a true emperor's battle strength by just relying on 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star. Therefore, in ancient times, our ancestors made a more detailed division of the true emperor realm, which is the division of combat strength. According to combat strength, the true emperor realm is divided into 18 levels. This is the battle power of a rank 18 true emperor. B0XO. Calm by Tai explained. Lu Ming finally understood. The true emperor has actually divided his battle strength into 18 ranks. Lu Ming sighed with emotion. For example, those who have just broken through to the true emperor realm and can only control 3 types of second realm laws are the weakest stage 1 true emperor. Of course, there are strong and weak people at the same stage. Some people can control the strongest law, some can control the king path law, and some can control the ordinary law. There are also magical powers that affect one's combat power. Furthermore, those who have mastered 3 types of second-level laws and 1 or 2 types of first-level laws would also have the combat power of a first-stage true emperor. Similarly, those who can control 4 to 5 types of second-realm laws and have cultivation base of a 1-star true emperor would have the battle power of a second-stage true emperor. In short, the division is very complicated. One can't explain it in a few words. 111 give you a jade talisman with a detailed division of the true emperor realm's combat strength. Take a look. Bai Tai took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior White. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He read it carefully. After a while, Lu Ming put down the jade talisman. He had finally understood the combat strength of the true emperor realm. At the true emperor realm, nomological laws affected one's combat power the most. However, cultivation, which was also the power of the world, the strength of the physical body, and divine arts, could also affect one's combat power. Therefore, the total combat strength was divided into 18 levels. The 2 members of the evil god race that they had killed previously had the combat power of a 5th-stage true emperor. After some comparison, Lu Ming estimated that he had the combat power of a 4th-stage true emperor. Although Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the 5-star illusionary emperor stage, his physical body was very strong, which could make up for the lack of cultivation level. On the other hand, Lu Ming controlled 9 types of laws. However, 3 of them were ultimate laws. If they were transformed into divine abilities, the attack power would be extremely shocking. In addition, his chaos laws had already reached the second realm. That was why he had the combat power of a 4th-stage true emperor. It was already extremely shocking. In history, there had never been a 5-star illusionary emperor who had reached the battle strength of a 4th-stage true emperor. The strongest one was only equivalent to a 1st-stage true emperor. However, Lu Ming also understood that although his combat strength was only at the 4th stage of the true emperor realm, with the help of the indestructible ancient scroll, Lu Ming could fight against a 5th-stage true emperor. He could even exhaust his opponent to death. The previous battle was enough to prove this. My battle power is at the 7th-stage true emperor realm. Bai Tai informed. Lu Ming nodded. It was no wonder that the other party could easily kill an evil god race member who had the combat power of a 5th-stage true emperor. Lu Ming, in the battlefield of true emperors, only the strong would dare to enter. Usually, the weakest would have the combat power of a 4th-stage true emperor. The weaker ones would not dare to enter, as they would be easily killed. Bai Tai said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that his combat strength was the weakest in the battlefield of true emperors. However, Lu Ming was not worried. On the contrary, it would stimulate his fighting spirit even more. Only in such an environment would he be able to break through faster. In the previous battle, Lu Ming had sensed that he would soon make a breakthrough in the Death Law and the Array Dao Law. Moreover, Lu Ming had many trump cards, such as the Fallen Star Bao and the Celestial Thearch's physical body. If he were to encounter a perverted true emperor, he would have no worries about protecting himself. Lu Ming, why don't the two of us join forces and hunt down the evil god tribe together? What do you think? Bai Tai suggested. All right. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. First of all, he felt that Bai Tai was a good person and didn't seem like a sinister person. Furthermore, he was indeed very unfamiliar with the true emperor battlefield. It would be better for him to work with Bai Tai to hunt down the evil god race. All right. However, the periphery of the true emperor battlefield is also extremely dangerous. There are many experts, and we can't just barge in. Let's find a place to set up an ambush first and see if we can ambush the evil god tribe. Lu Ming had no objections to Bai Tai's suggestion. The two of them left the place and found a hidden place. Bai Tai took out a piece of black cloth and covered the two of them. Suddenly, they became one with the rocks around them. The color was exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell. Moreover, this cloth had the ability to conceal one's aura. If one didn't get close, one wouldn't be able to detect it. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. It seemed that those who were active on the battlefield all year round had unique tricks. The two of them waited. In the first 2 days, there was no movement at all. They didn't see any alien races or even any living beings from the heaven realm. It wasn't until the 3rd day that there was some movement. They're here. Bai Tai's eyes brightened as he looked to the north. Lu Ming looked over as well and saw 3 figures traveling on the ground. They were not fast and they were very secretive. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to tell. They were from the evil god tribe. 2 of them were from the evil god race, and one of them was skinny and had 4 arms. The 3 members of the evil god race were extremely careful as they surveyed their surroundings in case they were ambushed. Senior, should we make a move? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bai Tai. Attack, but don't rush out rashly. We need a plan. Bai Tai said. It was very difficult to judge the strength of a true emperor's combat power without fighting. The true emperor realm was different from the other realms. For other realms, one could more or less judge it based on the strength of one's cultivation, but it was hard to say for the true emperor realm. Some people's cultivation levels were low, but their nomological laws were shockingly strong, so their battle prowess was naturally also shocking. Thus, in the battlefield of true emperors, luck was sometimes very important. For example, if you were to ambush someone, and if you were unlucky and met with an existence with terrifying combat strength, you could only admit that you were unlucky. Therefore, it was difficult for them to determine the strength of the 3 evil god tribe members. If it was in the past, Bai Tai wouldn't have attacked them because it was too risky. But now, he decided to attack. How about this? You don't attack first. I'll attack first and test the other party's combat strength. If the other party's combat strength is stronger than mine, you can use that bow and arrow to suppress the other party. Well, retreat. If the enemy's combat strength is within our ability to deal with, we will attack together and kill them. Bai Tai suggested. Senior, won't you be in danger if you do this? Lu Ming said, feeling touched. He understood that Bai Tai was trying to protect him. If the other party's combat strength was too terrifying and far above them, Bai Tai would be in danger if he rushed out. However, Lu Ming would at least survive. On the battlefield, how can there be no danger at all? Bai Tai smiled. Chapter 2268 Consecutive breakthroughs in laws. They waited for a while longer. When the 3 members of the evil god race were close enough, Bai Tai made his move. Whoosh! Bai Tai seemed to have transformed into a divine sword. He became one with the sword and pierced through the void. He charged out and aimed at the vital point of a burly evil god. There's an ambush, kill! One of the evil god race members shouted. The evil god race member who had been ambushed by Bai Tai took out a battle axe and slashed at Bai Tai. B0XO. Calm whoosh. Whoosh. At the critical moment, Bai Tai's sword changed its momentum. The original sword light split into 8 sword lights and attacked the other party. Although the other party had blocked 6 of the sword lights, 2 of them still landed on his body. Bang! The evil god tribe member was sent flying, and his body was almost sliced into a few pieces. His scales flew in all directions, and 2 deep wounds appeared on his body, causing blood to flow out. It's equivalent to a 6th-stage true emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He determined the combat strength of the evil god tribe member who had been injured by Bai Tai. Die. Bai Tai wanted to kill this member of the evil god race in one go. However, the other 2 members of the evil god race had already made their move and were charging towards Bai Tai. The 2 members of the evil god tribe had astonishing combat strength. Bai Tai did not dare to be careless and could only stop defending. The 3 of them exchanged a few blows, and Bai Tai was sent flying. Kill! Kill! The 2 members of the evil god race charged toward Bai Tai. Bai Tai unleashed his full power and fought with them. For a moment, he was at a disadvantage. A 7th-stage true emperor and a 6th-stage true emperor. Lu Ming estimated the combat strength of the 2 remaining evil god tribe members. One of them had the same combat strength as Bai Tai. With the 2 of them working together, Bai Tai was at a disadvantage. However, Bai Tai was focused on defense, so he would not be defeated for the time being. At this moment, the injured member of the evil god race struggled to his feet. With a ferocious look on his face, he charged toward Bai Tai. A 6th-stage true emperor, I'd like to try. Lu Ming revealed a trace of fighting spirit and rushed over. In the process of rushing out, Lu Ming condensed a long spear in his hands. 9 types of laws were intertwined inside. Buzz! He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged toward the injured evil god tribe member. Void Emperor. Sensing Lu Ming's aura, the evil god tribe member was stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a ferocious killing intent and said, "An illusionary divine dares to attack me? Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, a destructive light burst out of his third eye. The destructive light turned into a combat sword and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming flicked his long spear and it collided with the combat sword. With a clang, the combat sword was sent flying. Lu Ming's body froze for a moment before he continued to charge forward. So strong? The evil god race was shocked. Initially, he thought that Lu Ming was merely an illusionary Thearch. No matter how strong his combat strength was, he could solve the problem with one move. However, Lu Ming could actually send his attack flying with one move. He was shocked beyond words. Genius, he's definitely a peerless genius. Kill him. The injured evil god tribe member's eyes burned with passion. He held a battle axe and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid at all as he charged towards the other party. Bang! The 2 of them collided and a terrifying force gushed out from the battle axe. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was sent flying. His arms were full of wounds, but under the effect of the indestructible ancient scroll, they quickly healed. Kill! Lu Ming's figure stopped for a moment before he charged at the other party. Brat, die! The evil god tribe members roared in rage and unleashed their terrifying attacks. The 2 of them exchanged a few moves in a row. Lu Ming was no match for him. He was hit by the other party's destructive light and a wound appeared on his body. However, the muscles on the wound quickly wriggled and healed at an astonishing speed. What a powerful force. As expected of a 6th-stage true emperor. Fortunately, the other party is injured. Lu Ming pondered. If he was at his peak, Lu Ming would be in danger even if he had the indestructible ancient scroll. However, he had just been injured by Bai Tai's sneak attack and his combat power had been greatly reduced. At most, he was only slightly stronger than a 5th-stage true emperor. Lu Ming could still withstand such combat strength. Kill! Lu Ming did not care about his injuries and charged at the other party. The two of them continued to exchange blows. Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage and was constantly injured by his opponent. However, under the effect of the indestructible ancient scroll, he would recover very quickly. Even if he were to fight, his injuries would heal quickly. Monster, this monster. The evil god tribe members revealed a look of fear. Lu Ming was like an unkillable monster. Death law, array Dao law, break through for me. Lu Ming roared in his heart. In the fierce battle, Lu Ming once again saw the aura of a breakthrough. The 9 types of laws were being circulated to the extreme by Lu Ming. Boom! All of a sudden, Lu Ming's strength increased by a notch and he swept away the other party's attack with one move. I've broken through. It's array Dao laws. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His array Dao laws had finally broken through to the second realm. Lu Ming's array Dao had broken through to the second realm. His combat strength had undoubtedly increased by a few points. Buzz! Buzz! Rays of spear radiance pierced towards the other party. He actually broke through? So what if he broke through? He's still going to die. Kill, kill, kill. The evil god tribe's expert was enraged. He disregarded his injuries and unleashed a storm of attacks. Lu Ming tried his best to fight against the other party. Although he was still at a disadvantage, his situation was better than before. Law of death, law of death. Lu Ming was fully focused, trying to break through the bottleneck of the death rule. After another 10 or so moves, an extremely powerful aura of death suddenly emanated from Lu Ming's body. At the same time, Lu Ming's strength increased by a large margin. Boom! Lu Ming exchanged another blow with the evil god race. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat. Instead, it was the evil god race that was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. The law of death, breakthrough. Lu Ming's death rule had officially reached the second realm. The death law was an ultimate law and could not be compared to the array Dao law. With the breakthrough and the fusion with the chaos law, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. Lu Ming's ability started to suppress the other party. How is that possible? The other party roared in disbelief. To be able to achieve consecutive breakthroughs in the middle of a battle with him. How could there be such a person? This talent was a little too monstrous. Kill. Lu Ming's combat strength and confidence soared. He began to counterattack and his attacks were wild. Whoosh! 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 The spear's light enveloped the entire body of the evil god race. Lu Ming's spear pierced through the evil god tribe member's body, bringing with it a long stream of blood. If the evil god tribe was at its peak, it would still be stronger than the current Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had broken through 2 types of laws in a row and his combat strength had increased greatly, his combat strength did not rise to the combat strength of a 6th-stage true emperor all at once. It was probably at the peak of the 5th-stage true emperor and was still weaker than his opponent. However, he was injured by Bai Tai and had been fighting with Lu Ming for a long time. His combat strength had weakened and was now weaker than Lu Ming. Lu Ming's attacks were like a storm, charging towards his opponent. He completely ignored his own defense, and the other party was even more outmatched. After more than 10 moves, half of his body was shattered by Lu Ming. He was severely injured and on the verge of death. Chapter 2269, 2 years, a huge increase in strength, come and save me. The evil god race member roared and called for the others to come and save him. One of the evil god race members who was fighting Bai Tai had the combat power of a rank 6 true emperor. He abandoned Bai Tai and charged toward Lu Ming. The other evil god race member with the combat power of a rank 7 true emperor continued to fight Bai Tai. Buzz! Buzz! The evil god race member that was charging toward Lu Ming was thin and small. He had 4 arms and was extremely fast. He flashed in the void and charged toward Lu Ming. B0XO. Calm Lu Ming immediately took out the fallen star bow. Lu Ming had achieved his goal in this battle. There was no need to delay any further. With the breakthrough in Lu Ming's laws, the power of the fallen star bow had become stronger. Zhao Fu sent his law power and world power into the fallen star bow, and an arrow that gave off 9 colors shot out like a comet. What? The small evil god race member was shocked. He waved his 4 arms continuously, and the 4 sharp blades slashed out in an attempt to block the 9-colored arrow. Buzz! 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 With 4 consecutive explosions, the 4 sharp blades of the thin evil god race member were knocked away. His body trembled violently as he retreated. Although he managed to block a portion of the arrow's power, he didn't block it completely. The arrow didn't stop and continued to shoot. The thin evil god race member was directly pierced through by the arrow, leaving a huge hole in his body. The destructive power of the arrow had already wiped out his life force. Currently, Lu Ming's combat strength had already reached the peak of a 5th-stage true emperor. It was not difficult for him to shoot a 6th-stage true emperor to death with the fallen star bow. At the sight of this, the evil god tribe member who was injured by Lu Ming earlier was almost scared to death. Kill! Lu Ming put away the fallen star bow and charged at him. This time, he did not spend much effort to kill the other party. At this moment, the evil god tribe member who was fighting with Bai Tai was shocked. It was simply unbelievable. 2 6th-stage true emperor experts from the evil god race were actually no match for a void emperor and were killed by him. He almost thought that he was dreaming. Distracted, he was hit by Bai Tai's move and was sent flying, spitting out blood. Bai Tai would not let go of such an opportunity and took the opportunity to launch a storm of attacks. Bang! The evil god tribe member tried his best to attack before turning around to escape. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot it. Boom! The evil god race member was pierced by an arrow and was on the verge of death. Bai Tai, who had rushed over, seized the opportunity and killed him with a single sword strike. All 3 members of the evil god race had been killed. The 2 of them kept the evil god race's storage bracelets and crystal cores and left the area. They hid in another secret place and checked their spoils. In this battle, Lu Ming had obtained 2 storage bracelets. In addition to the previous storage bracelets, Lu Ming checked them one by one. The world core. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He found 5 pieces of the world core in his storage bracelet. Generally speaking, only true Emperor Realm experts with stable small worlds could obtain the complete world core after killing them. After the evil god tribe killed the true Emperor from the Heaven Realm, they returned with the world core to receive their reward. The realm core was very useful to the beings in the Heaven Realm. As long as the nomological laws on the world core were removed, the energy of the world core could be directly absorbed and refined. It could be used to condense a small world and improve cultivation. Of course, if the other party's world core's nomological laws were exactly the same as your own, then congratulations, the effect would be even greater. However, the higher-ups of Two Worlds City had a rule that on the battlefield, people from the Heaven Realm were not allowed to kill each other. Therefore, if they wanted to obtain the world core, they could only do so from the evil god tribe. The evil god race would hunt down Heaven Realm experts and obtain the world core. As long as they killed the evil god race, they would be able to obtain the world core. He took out the world core and put it away. He checked the other things and put them away. Lu Ming, these 3 world cores are for you. At this moment, Bai Tai had also finished counting. He took out 3 pieces of the world core and handed them to Lu Ming. Senior, you, Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Take it. You're so young and have unparalleled talent. Your future is limitless. Indifferent. I've used up all my potential. It'll be very difficult for me to improve. I'll just keep some for myself. I might as well give you the resources. Bai Tai smiled. Senior, how can this be? Lu Ming refused. Take it. My ancestors were from the Hunyuan heavenly region. When the Hunyuan heavenly region was invaded by the alien races, my ancestors fled to the Taiqing heavenly region. For so many years, the Bai family has been fighting the alien races in Two World City. Almost all of our ancestors died in the battle. The purpose of my life is to hunt the alien races. However, with my talent, my achievements are limited. The number of alien races I can kill is also limited. In the future, I'll still have to rely on a genius with endless potential like you. Take it. Bai Tai said. Looking at the old man's sincere and expectant eyes, Lu Ming could not refuse and accepted the 3 world cores. After that, they set up an ambush here. However, it was a pity that they did not see a single member of the evil god race for 3 consecutive days. Lu Ming simply took out a piece of the world core and started refining it. The surging energy was refined and turned into a part of Lu Ming's small world. His world power was increasing rapidly. These world cores were left behind by low-level true emperors. Their energy was limited and it was impossible for Lu Ming to improve by leaps and bounds. However, the speed of his improvement was very shocking. Lu Ming's cultivation level was rapidly advancing towards the peak of the 5-star illusionary emperor stage. In the next half a month, Lu Ming refined 5 pieces of the world core. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 5-star illusionary emperor stage. For the past half a month, they had not encountered a single member of the evil god race. The 2 of them planned to leave this place and set up an ambush elsewhere. The 2 of them concealed their auras and ran carefully. Unfortunately, they were ambushed by the evil god tribe a few hours later. This time, the opponents were very powerful. There were 3 7th-stage true emperor powerhouses. Lu Ming took out the fallen star Bao immediately and killed one of them. The other 2 escaped. In this battle, Bai Tai was seriously injured. They found a hidden place and Bai Tai healed himself. After Bai Tai's injuries recovered, they continued to hunt down the evil god race. In the following days, Lu Ming was on the true emperor battlefield. Together with Bai Tai, they continued to hunt and be hunted. Every once in a while, they would encounter a huge battle. Time flew by. Lu Ming had been fighting in the battlefield of the true emperors for almost 2 years. In the past 2 years, Lu Ming had experienced 56 battles. There were a few times when he almost died and was almost forced to use the celestial Thearch's physical body. The rewards he received from dozens of life and death battles were shocking. Lu Ming improved very quickly. The law of devouring, the law of extremity, the law of craftsmanship, and the law of alchemy had all reached the 2nd realm. Only the life law and the penetration law had not broken through. However, Lu Ming felt that it would be soon and he could break through at any time. Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 6-star illusionary emperor stage. He was just a step away from breaking through to the 7-star illusionary emperor stage. Chapter 2270, 7-star Void Emperor Lu Ming's combat strength had also increased dramatically. Now, his combat strength had already surpassed Bai Tai's. In addition to the indestructible ancient scroll's abnormal recovery ability, his combat strength was already considered the top in the periphery of the battlefield of true emperors. At this moment, Lu Ming and the rest were planning to return to Two World City. In the past 2 years, he had fought dozens of battles in the true emperor battlefield. He was on edge every day and needed to go back to Two World City to relax and recuperate. The 2 of them concealed their auras and returned to Two World City after a few days. Lu Ming and Bai Tai parted ways after they returned to Two World City. B0XO. I'm going to exchange for resources. The first thing that Lu Ming wanted to do was to exchange for resources. After that, he would rest for 2 days before going to some cultivation holy lands to cultivate. Lu Ming walked toward the treasure exchange area. Not long after, he arrived at a magnificent hall. He walked into the hall and came to a counter. "Little brother, do you need any help?" A burly man in his 50s looked at Lu Ming with a smile. Senior, I would like to use the alien race's crystal cores to exchange for treasures. Lu Ming said. What treasure do you want to exchange for? The burly man asked. Chaos gem. Lu Ming said. His goal was the stone of chaos. The other treasures were of little use to him. Only the chaos chi and the chaos gem could help him increase his cultivation and even sense the chaos laws. You want to exchange for chaos gems? Little brother, it's not that easy to exchange for stones of chaos. You need a large number of alien race crystal cores. One have a list here that records the alien race crystal cores needed for various treasures. Take a look. The burly man handed Lu Ming a list. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. Inside was a dense list, recording the alien essence crystals needed to exchange for various treasures. Lu Ming ignored everything else and found the chaos gem. He was dumbfounded when he took a look. You need this much? Lu Ming was really speechless. The number of alien crystal cores required to exchange for chaos stones was too high. Lu Ming estimated that the alien crystal cores he had obtained in the past 2 years could only be exchanged for 3 chaos stones. One had to know that in the past 2 years, he had experienced dozens of battles and gained a lot. He had originally thought that he could exchange for at least 10 chaos gems to break through to the true Emperor realm. Now, it seemed that he had thought too much. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Chaos gems were consumables and couldn't be regenerated. One used meant one less. As time passed, the number would decrease. It was normal for them to be expensive. It was clear that the reward given to him by Heavenly Venerate 6 sages was already generous enough. 3 chaos gems were equivalent to 2 years' worth of gains from risking his life. Little brother, do you still want to exchange? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. I'll exchange. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He definitely had to exchange for it. The chaos gem was of great use to him, so he would exchange for it no matter how expensive it was. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. Initially, he thought that Lu Ming was very young. At such a young age, it was almost impossible to hunt enough alien race crystal cores to exchange for chaos stones. Therefore, he gave Lu Ming the list so that Lu Ming would have an idea of what to do. He did not expect that Lu Ming still wanted to change. He knew that he had made an error in judgment. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and passed it to the burly man. Senior, this is my alien crystal core. Take a look. The burly man took it and looked at it. The surprise on his face became even stronger. He then nodded and said, these crystal cores can be exchanged for 3 chaos gems. With that, the burly man took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look and saw that there were 3 chaos gems inside. Lu Ming put it away in joy. He thanked her and left. Lu Ming did not attempt to break through to the next realm immediately. After he returned to his residence, he rested for 2 days before heading to the small world at the path understanding ancient tree. In the 2 years of fighting in the battlefield of true emperors, Lu Ming had made great progress. He had made a breakthrough in 6 types of laws. Only the life law and the penetration law had not broken through to the second realm. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that it would be soon. He had already touched the threshold of a breakthrough. As long as he comprehended it a little more, he might be able to break through. Lu Ming planned to make use of the mature path understanding ancient tree. After these 2 laws had a breakthrough, he would use the chaos gem to break through to the next realm. Lu Ming went to the path understanding ancient tree and started to meditate quietly. As expected, the cultivation this time went very smoothly. It only took him 2 months to make a breakthrough in the life law and the penetration law, one after another, to reach the second realm. Lu Ming's combat strength had soared again. While Lu Ming was cultivating, someone was discussing something in a hall of the Lan family. You're saying that Lu Ming exchanged a large number of alien nuclei for 3 stones of chaos? The Lan clan's heavenly emperor, Lan Sheng, asked an old man. That's right. The people of the Lan family saw Lu Ming in the Redemption main hall. After asking around, they found out that Lu Ming had indeed exchanged 3 stones of chaos with a large number of crystal cores. An old man from the Lan family replied. It seems that Lu Ming has entered the battlefield to hunt the alien races. In just 2 years, the crystal cores he has hunted can be exchanged for 3 chaos gems. We can't let him live. Send someone to keep an eye on Lu Ming. We must know where he is going, understand? Lan Sheng ordered. The old man nodded in agreement. Naturally, Lu Ming did not know about all this. Now, they'll go back and break through to the next realm. Under the path understanding ancient tree, Lu Ming's face broke into a smile. He left the place and returned to his residence. He entered the mountain and river diagram. Then, Lu Ming took out a chaos stone and drew out 3 wisps of chaos chi from it. He sucked in the chaos chi into his mouth and began to refine it. The last time, he had used a month to refine 3 chaos gems. This time, he only used half a month to refine the 3 chaos gems and 9 strands of chaos chi. Boom! 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 Lu Ming's small world underwent a drastic change and began to expand. The power of the world became more and more powerful, surging violently in his meridians. Lu Ming's aura also increased rapidly. It was 2 times stronger than before. After a period of time, the aura on Lu Ming's body calmed down and he retracted it into his body. A 7-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming had finally broken through to a 7-star illusionary emperor. This speed was absolutely shocking. If it were to spread, it would scare people to death. It had only been 2 years since Lu Ming became an emperor, but he had already reached the level of a 7-star illusionary emperor. This speed was too terrifying. The reason why Lu Ming could improve so quickly was mainly because he had accumulated too much in the past. Once he broke through, he had already reached the 4-star illusionary emperor stage. Moreover, Lu Ming's nomological structure was very complete. All 9 types of nomological laws had reached the 2nd realm, which far exceeded his cultivation. One should know that as long as 3 types of laws had reached the 2nd realm, one would be able to break through to the true emperor realm. Lu Ming's laws had already far exceeded the requirements. His small world was extremely stable. That was why he could continuously refine energy into it to improve his cultivation. I still have some more world cores on hand. 111 Continue refining them and see if I can use them to break through to the true emperor realm. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. In the battlefield of true emperors, he had obtained many world cores, all of which were from the foreign races. On the battlefield, although he had refined some, it wasn't much. The main reason was that on the battlefield, it wasn't so safe for you to refine. Now was the perfect time to refine. Chapter 2274 An invasion. Lu Ming took out a piece of the world core and erased the power of law on it. He began to refine it and improve his cultivation. One piece after another, Lu Ming spent the next 2 months refining the world core. Lu Ming was focused on cultivation and was unaware of the outside world. As Lu Ming was cultivating, countless alien races were charging toward Two World City. The outsiders were attacking the city. B0XO. Come boom. 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 The massive black battleships, which looked like majestic mountains, tore through the sky and brought up the fierce wind. Each of them had a large number of alien experts. At a glance, one would not know how many alien races there were and how many battleships there were. Two World City was naturally alerted. The outsiders are attacking the city. His roar echoed throughout Two World City. In Two World City, countless figures rose into the air. Gorgeous rainbows intertwined in the sky. It was extraordinarily beautiful. Countless experts appeared on the city walls of Two World City. Activate the formation. A voice spread throughout Two World City. This was definitely a Heavenly Emperor expert. Dense runes appeared all over the two-world city, especially on the city walls. The endless runes interweaved into a terrifying formation. The atmosphere in Two-World City was extremely tense. This was a large-scale attack by the foreign races. In the past 100,000 years, the number of large-scale attacks by the alien races had become less and less. This was because the Tai Ching heavenly region had not been conquered for so many years. Many people guessed that the alien races must be gathering strength or planning something else. This time, the outsiders were attacking the city again. Had they lost their patience and were going to take Two-World City by force? Charge! Break through the walls of Two-World City. A loud roar came from the non-humans. Boom! 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 Huge battleships were charging toward Two-World City. However, even though those warships were huge, they were still far from the city walls of Two-World City. Attack! After the alien battleship had flown a certain distance, someone on the Two-World City's wall gave the order. Boom! Boom! Countless dazzling runes appeared on the city walls. They transformed into formations and then into beams of attacks that attacked the non-human battleships. There were giant swords as large as mountains, battle sabers that could break the sky, and so on. In addition, there were also huge crossbows on the city walls. Each of these crossbows was the size of a small hill, and the arrows were dozens of meters long. They were extremely powerful and could kill a peak true emperor with one shot. In addition, there were also giant Orirock cannons. This kind of giant cannon was made by refining. It was engraved with arrays and powered by raw stones. As long as enough raw gemstones were added, it could produce a terrifying attack that could hit even from 10,000 miles away. Once hit, even a rank 18 true emperor expert would die. Even great emperors didn't dare to ignore it. These were all great killing weapons of war. Boom! 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 All sorts of attacks were launched at the alien battleships. The non-human battleships lit up with energy shields to resist the attacks of Two-World City. Endless attacks landed on the energy shield, which kept shaking. Counterattack! Some of the alien races roared. The battleships also launched various attacks at Two-World City, but they were blocked by the light outside the city. The two sides attacked from long range and exchanged blows. The entire sky was drowned in dazzling light. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of sword radiance shot out from Two-World City. It was extremely bright among all the other lights. The sword light was filled with boundless heaven's might. This was the attack of a heavenly emperor. However, a giant axe among the outsiders struck out and blocked the sword light. Then, a burly figure appeared in the sky, exuding an earth-shattering aura. Celestial Emperor of the Heaven Realm, come out and fight me. The burly foreign being opened his mouth and his voice was like thunder that reverberated throughout the entire area. I'm not afraid of you. A brilliant sword light rushed out of Two-World City and attacked the alien race. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow and then fought their way into the depths of the sky. These two people were undoubtedly figures of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The attacks from both sides continued. Boom! 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 Finally, the defense of another alien battleship was broken. Endless attacks landed on the battleship. The battleship was blown up, sending all kinds of metals flying everywhere. On the warship, countless alien races were flying around, but many of them were killed by the falling attacks. Whoosh! An arrow that was dozens of meters long pierced through the void and sent a peak true emperor non-human flying 1,000 miles. Boom! The other peak true emperor expert was hit by a beam of light and exploded. However, there were a few figures that were unusually powerful. They charged forward and blocked a large number of attacks. These were all non-human emperor-level figures. Charge, charge! The battleships of the foreign races continued to rush toward Two-World City. As they rushed out, more battleships were destroyed, and more alien races were killed. However, the battleships of the foreign races were getting closer and closer to Two Worlds City. In the end, the alien races had lost more than a dozen battleships and thousands of experts. They had finally reached the Two Worlds City. Boom! 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 The battleships crashed into the light shield outside Two Worlds City. The light shield trembled violently and was actually torn apart. Kill our way in. The alien race roared and charged in through the openings. Kill. On the city walls of Two Worlds City, there were also many experts who rushed towards these holes. They fought with the alien races next to the holes. It was a brutal battle. At the same time, the formation on the Two Worlds City's walls was still in operation. It turned into a series of attacks, attacking the foreign kinds. This was the advantage of the Heaven Realm. By relying on the Two Worlds City, although they had far fewer experts than the foreign kinds, they could still stop the foreign kinds and their invasion. Kill, kill. The killing was unusually brutal. There was no mercy or mercy here, only killing. This was a war between two worlds, and it concerned the survival of a world. Only by killing the opponent could one survive. Experts from both sides continued to fall and would forever remain here. Relatively speaking, the Heaven Realm's side had the upper hand, because the experts of the Heaven Realm only needed to block those torn holes. With the help of the Great Formation, it was much easier for them. Although there were some who died in the battle, the number of alien races killed was more than that, double. Boom! 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 The void trembled as figures from the alien race stepped out, exuding terrifying fluctuations. Heavenly Emperors, they were all Heavenly Emperors. There were more than 10 Heavenly Emperors. More than a dozen Heavenly Emperors appeared at the same time, and the aura they released was too strong. The heaven and earth seemed to be groaning, unable to bear such a terrifying pressure. However, at the same time, a celestial Thearch rushed out from Two Worlds City and blocked the other party. Battle. There was nothing much to say. The heavenly emperors of both sides were engaged in a great battle. Some of them fought into the depths of the sky, while others fought in the dark space. Chapter 2271 Challenge from another race. This battle went on for 3 days. The non-humans paid a heavy price, but they did not manage to break through the Two Worlds City. The war drum sounded, and the non-humans began to retreat. Boom! 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 The battleships retreated one by one. Outside the Two Worlds City, the tear had also closed up. Updated on B0xN0VL. Clean up the battlefield. Someone ordered. The Heaven Realm warriors started to pack up. They sorted out the alien race's corpses and the Heaven Realm's creatures that died in battle. Many people's hearts were heavy. In this battle, although more of the foreign races had died, the Heaven Realm had also paid a heavy price. A large number of experts had died in battle. This is the first time in 30,000 years that the non-humankind has launched such a large-scale attack on the city. Someone sighed. A few years ago, because of that space passage, the alien races had attacked the city once, but it wasn't on a large scale. After packing up, these resources would all be collected by the upper echelons of Two Worlds City in the Redemption Main Hall and used as public resources. On the city wall, they were still on guard, in case the foreign races attacked again. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Boom! 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 In the distance, huge battleships were charging over again. The foreign races were attacking the city again. A huge battle had broken out once again after half a month. This battle was even more brutal than the previous one. Countless experts died in battle. Even the great sovereigns were killed one after another. There were also heavenly emperors who were seriously injured. In the end, seeing that they couldn't take him down, the alien races retreated. Why are the foreign races launching large-scale attacks in succession? This is the first time in 100,000 years. Some of them looked very serious. Many people were guessing that the alien races had lost their patience and were planning to break into Two World City at all costs. I've heard that more than 10 years ago, in another battlefield, the alien races have launched a large-scale attack. In the past few years, there have been constant killing. Another person spoke, and the atmosphere became even more oppressive. The Two World City was not the only battlefield in the Tai Ching heavenly region. There was another one. It was also a passageway, but it was not connected to the Hunyuan heavenly region, but to another heavenly region. The Tai Ching heavenly region was connected to two other heavenly regions. They all had the same path, and these two passages naturally became battlefields. The other battlefield was not weaker than the Two World Cities. It was also guarded by a large number of cultivators, and there was constant fighting all year round. As for that battlefield, the foreign races had launched a large-scale attack more than 10 years ago. Over the years, the fighting had been endless. Just like that, another half a month passed by peacefully. Half a month later, the foreign races started their attack again. But this time, the alien race stopped tens of thousands of miles away. What the hell are they doing? On the side of the heavenly realm, everyone was puzzled. At this time, a group of people flew out from the side of the alien race. They flew towards the Two World City and stopped 10,000 miles away. I heard that in the past few years, there have been many geniuses in the heaven realm. Among the younger generation, countless strong people have been born. It just so happens that some geniuses have also been born in our realm. Why don't we have a friendly match? A figure stepped out from the alien race's side, and his voice echoed throughout the entire area. This alien was as handsome as a piece of jade. He had a head of purple hair and was extremely handsome. He looked no different from a human except for the eye in the middle of his forehead. This was a king of the non-human kind, a terrifying heavenly emperor. The foreign races were going to send geniuses to challenge them. Many people were moved. How are you guys going to fight? An important figure from the heaven realm spoke. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Heavenly Venerate's 6 sages. You guys can leave, the non-human king said. Then, 5 figures walked out from the non-human race. They were 4 young men from the foreign tribe. Although it was hard to recognize them from their appearances, they were indeed from the younger generation and weren't old. These are the 4 young heaven's favorites from my realm. Your realm can send 4 heaven's favorites to fight, the non-human king said. What the hell is this alien doing? It's simple. The outsiders want to use this move to strike a blow to the morale of the heaven realm. If their elites can crush our elites, many of our elites will be filled with despair and feel that there's no hope. On the contrary, the outsiders' morale will be greatly boosted. Many people were discussing. Many people came to a sudden realization. That was indeed the case. This time, the heaven realm and the primordial realm could be said to have reached their golden age, giving birth to countless prodigies. Many people saw this group of geniuses as the hope of the heaven realm. They even used a large amount of resources to cultivate them and allowed them to enter and leave all kinds of cultivation holy lands. He hoped that this batch of heaven's favorites would grow up and turn the tide of the battle. However, what if a heaven's favorite from the alien race defeated all the heaven's favorite? This proved that even if the heaven realm's prodigies grew up, they would still be no match for the alien races. How despairing was this? It would be strange if their morale wasn't low. However, they had to fight this battle. If they didn't fight, it would also affect their morale. This was the scheme of the outsiders. Many people looked at the non-human genius. One of them had a burly figure and his entire body was covered in purple scales. When his 3 eyes opened and closed, they shone with a bright light. The last one was less than a meter tall and had 4 arms. The third one was the strangest. He was about the same height as a human and had no scales on his body. However, he was like a shadow, his body constantly twisting. In the middle of his brows, there was a third eye. The fourth one made many people's eyes narrow. It was a purple-haired young man who was unbelievably handsome. His 3 eyes were slightly squinted, and there was a faint smile on his face. This was a king of a foreign race. Who will we send? Someone said. The 4 outsiders must be the top heaven's favorites. We only have Jiujue to fight them. There are some Jiujue in 2 World City, but they seem to be in seclusion. Send people to look for him. Voices rang out one after another. After that, some heavenly emperor realm powerhouses entered the various cultivation holy lands in 2 World City to look for Jiujue. As for the outsiders, they were waiting quietly outside the city walls. Not long after, a few figures flew towards the city wall from 2 World City. I found it. Many people's eyes lit up. There were a total of 4 young men following behind the heavenly emperor. It just so happens that 4 of the 9 absolutes are in 2 World City. The heavenly emperor smiled. The others also smiled. The 9 Ju youth were the 9 strongest heaven's favorites among the heaven realm's younger generation. They had long reached the true emperor realm and were all heaven-defying geniuses. With Jiujue taking action, he would definitely be confident. Are they the ones? A young man from the 9 absolutes spoke coldly and arrogantly. He was filled with great confidence. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. Naturally, he was from the Black Tortoise Forest. Back then, he was defeated by him and almost withdrew from 9 absolutes. During this period of time, the Black Tortoise Forest had been cultivating in seclusion in 2 World City, and his combat power had improved greatly. I've been in closed-door cultivation for a long time and want to move my muscles and bones. A bald young man grinned. Chapter 2273, 9 Supremes versus Non-Human Prodigies. The few people from the Black Tortoise Forest were all very confident. Among the younger generation in the heaven realm, they were all at the peak of existence, with unparalleled talent. They firmly believed that as long as they grew up, they would be able to reverse the current situation of the heaven realm, defeat the alien races, and even lead the heaven realm army to kill their way to the evil god realm. They didn't even put the young heaven's favorite of the non-human race in their eyes. I'll go out with you. Updated on B0xN0VL. Calm Heavenly venerates 6 sages, said as he stepped forward, followed by a few other celestial emperors. The 4 paragons of the Black Tortoise Forest also stepped out and appeared outside the 2 World City. They stopped not far away from the outsiders. You're finally here. I thought you didn't dare to fight. One of the foreign beings said. In the contest of the younger generation, the heaven realm is not afraid of anyone. Heavenly venerates 6 sages said coldly. Since that's the case, let's begin. You can choose any of the 4 prodigies of our realm. The alien imperial clan heavenly emperor said. At this moment, the 4 from the Black Tortoise Forest were also sizing up the 4 foreign young heaven's favorites. When they saw the young man from the royal family, their eyes turned serious. Everyone knew that the royal non-human races were extremely rare, but each one of them had terrifying battle power and endless potential. They didn't care about the other non-human heaven's favorites, but they had to take the royal non-human race seriously. I'll go first. The Black Tortoise Forest spoke first and stepped forward. His gaze scanned the 4 non-human heaven's favorites before finally landing on the burly non-human. The burly alien race was the most widespread and numerous race among the alien races. The people in the heaven realm knew this race the best. The Black Tortoise Forest would naturally choose the one they were most confident in. You, fight me. The Black Tortoise pointed at the burly alien. You're choosing me? The 3 eyes of the burly alien opened and closed, emitting a cold killing intent. He felt that he had been underestimated when he was the first one to be chosen. Kid, it's your bad luck that you chose me first. Remember, the one who defeated you is called Waymo. A burly alien stepped out, exuding a powerful aura. True Emperor. Without a doubt, the foreign youth Waymo had already stepped into the true Emperor realm. There are strong and weak true Emperors too. Kill. The Black Tortoise Forest moved. He pushed out with both hands, and 2 stars appeared, blasting toward Waymo. Small tricks, destroy. Vimo Dandan said, and 2 beams of destructive light shot out of his third eye. Bang! Bang! The Black Tortoise Forest's 2 stars were easily destroyed by the other party. Xuan Wulin's expression darkened slightly. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and stars appeared around him one after another. There was a total of 360 stars. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist. The Black Tortoise Forest didn't hold back at all. He directly used his strongest killing move and raised his combat strength to the extreme. Whoosh! 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 1 star after another streaked through the air, shooting toward Waymo with a long tail. The Black Tortoise Forest's combat strength has increased a lot. That's right. A few years ago, when he fought with Lu Ming in Yaoguang Ancient City, he was only equivalent to a 3rd stage true emperor. Now, he's already a 5th stage true emperor. His improvement is shocking. He's indeed a peerless genius. Many people from the heavenly realm were overjoyed. The Black Tortoise Forest must have suffered a great loss in the battle with Lu Ming. In the past few years, they had worked hard and improved tremendously. They believed that this battle was in the bag. But in the next moment, everyone from the heaven realm's expression changed. Waymo let out a long hiss, and his body was covered with a crystal-like purple light. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and his burly body rushed toward the Black Tortoise Forest like a wild beast. Buzz! 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 At the same time, Waymo held the battle axe with both hands and continuously slashed at the stars. Bang! Bang! Those stars were like bubbles as they were easily split apart by Waymo. Waymo strode forward, his battle axe continuously slashing out. 1 star after another was formed, but they were all broken. Xuan Wulin's expression changed. With a loud roar, he pushed his palms forward. In an instant, 200 stars shot towards Waymo. Break! Waymo shouted coldly, and in an instant, he chopped out a few hundred times, filling the sky with axe shadows. The stars exploded one after another. Kill! In the end, Waymo let out a loud roar and slashed out a shocking axe radiance. A huge battle axe with an energy of 10,000 meters stood between the heaven and earth and suddenly slashed toward the Black Tortoise Forest. Xuan Wulin's pupils contracted sharply, and he exploded with all his strength. He fused all the stars into one, turning it into a huge star that blasted toward his opponent. However, as the giant axe came down, the star exploded like a sun exploding in the sky. Black Tortoise Lin let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying. He flew for more than 10,000 meters and fell to the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He was defeated. The Black Tortoise Forest had lost. The Heaven Realm experts' faces were extremely ugly. The powerful Black Tortoise Forest, which was one of the 9 absolutes, was defeated without causing much trouble to the other party. This way Mo's battle power is at least at the 6th stage true emperor level. Someone said solemnly. Many people gasped. Did the foreign races also have such terrifying geniuses? How could this be? The Heaven Realm and the Primordial Realm had only produced a large number of prodigies when they reached their golden age. However, how could the foreign races also have such powerful prodigies? It must be someone else. It's impossible for the Outlanders to have many of such heaven's favorites. Impossible. Someone growled, finding it hard to accept. Is this the Heaven Realm's top genius? Can't even withstand a single blow. Waymo spoke coldly and looked at the Black Tortoise Forest with disdain. He carried his battle axe and walked back. Heavenly Venerate 6 sages and the other heavenly emperors all had ugly expressions on their faces. The loss of the Black Tortoise Forest would more or less affect the morale of the Heaven Realm. You must win the 2nd round. The 6th Saint Venerable transmitted his voice to the remaining 3 heaven's favorites. I'll do this round. The bald young man stepped forward. This person's combat strength was very strong. Back in the Alcade ancient city, he had also made a move to deal with Lu Ming. Later, he was stopped by Dandan and displayed shocking combat strength. He was much stronger than the Xuanwu forest at that time. The bald young man's gaze swept across the remaining three, and finally fell on the four-armed skinny foreign man. "You, come out and fight me," the bald youth said. "Then I'll fulfill your wish." Smiling faintly, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the bald youth with astonishing speed. Buzz! Then, the skinny young man made his move. In a flash, his skinny body disappeared. The next moment, four extremely sharp blades appeared around the bald young man and slashed at him. So fast. Many people were shocked. The speed of this skinny foreign being was simply too astonishing. His body was so fast that it was impossible to catch him. Crazy devil fist technique. The bald young man roared and punched out with both fists like a mad demon. The terrifying fist force swept in all directions. Buzz! Whoosh! The sound of metal vibrating reverberated in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged over 100 moves, their speed fast to the extreme. Chapter 2274 Non-Human Prince. The speed of the bald young man's fist technique was also shockingly fast. He was actually able to block his opponent. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves in an instant, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Interesting, you can actually keep up with my speed. But let me tell you, I'm only halfway there. The skinny alien laughed coldly. Suddenly, his speed increased once more, and his four sharp weapons began to move at double the speed they had before. The bald young man was shocked. He roared and circulated his fist technique to the extreme. However, he was still no match for the other party and was not faster than him. Updated on B0xN0VL. A wound appeared on the bald youth's body, almost cutting his body in half. Blood was flowing out. The bald youth retreated frantically, trying to avoid his opponent's attack. However, his opponent's figure didn't stop, and neither did his attacks. He couldn't avoid it at all. The bald young man was hit again. His body was slashed, and this time, one of his arms was cut off. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and revealed a look of despair. Die! The skinny non-human's eyes were savage as he charged toward the bald youth. I admit defeat, one admit defeat. At the critical moment, the bald man shouted. Die! The petite young man didn't stop and continued to attack the bald young man. Enough! One of the celestial Thearchs beside Heavenly Venerate 6 sages made his move. A wave of power enveloped the bald youth and swept him up to his side. Hee, you need the celestial Thearch to make a move? What a waste! The skinny foreign man sneered and looked at the bald youth with disdain. Then, he stepped back. The bald youth's expression was extremely unsightly. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and then sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. Heavenly Venerate 6 sages and the few heavenly emperors also had ugly expressions on their faces. When the heavenly emperor saved the bald youth, the other party's heavenly emperor did not stop him. Perhaps, the other party did it on purpose. The bald youth's defeat and the heavenly emperor's intervention were witnessed by countless people from both sides. This was a huge blow to the heaven realm. Their top geniuses were no match for the heavenly emperor and needed the heavenly emperor to save them. How ironic was this? How did this happen? Some people in the heaven realm looked desperate. If their overall strength could not compare to the outsiders, and even the geniuses of this generation could not compare to the outsiders, then what hope did the heaven realm have? If he struggled on his last breath, he would be defeated and destroyed by the other party sooner or later. At this moment, there were still 2 heaven's favorites who had yet to make a move. The non-human who was like a shadow stepped out and said in a cold and harsh voice, "Which one of you is going to fight me?" There were still 2 young heaven's favorites from the heaven realm. One of them was a beautiful woman, and the other was a handsome young man in a blue shirt. I'll deal with this person. As for the royal non-human race, I'll have to rely on you. I'm definitely not his match. At this moment, the beautiful woman said to the young man in blue. There were also differences in the 9 absolutes of the Heaven Realm's youth. The young man in blue was one of the top 9 absolutes. He was ranked in the top 3. Alright, no matter what, we can't lose the next 2 matches. The young man in blue said. Alright, the beautiful lady nodded her head and floated out. Without saying anything, she started to fight with the shadow-like evil god race member. The 2 of them should be at the 7th stage True Emperor realm. This battle was very intense. However, the other party's body was extremely strange. Not only was it like a shadow, but it could also launch soul attacks. After dozens of moves, the beautiful woman was at a disadvantage. How did this happen? The people from the Heaven Realm cried out in disbelief. How could there be so many powerful Heaven's favorites from the alien race? They are even more terrifying than the Heaven Realm. This is really despairing. No, I can't be defeated. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Suddenly, she no longer defended and let the other party stab her. She seized this opportunity and attacked with all her might. This was a lose-lose fighting method, but it was effective. Obviously, the opponent had not expected the beautiful woman to be so ruthless and be hit in one move. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them were forced back. The beautiful woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was almost torn apart by the sword chi and she was severely injured. However, the other party was not in a good state either. He was hit by the beautiful woman's full-force attack and was also seriously injured. Both sides were injured. On the Heavenly Realm side, after the beautiful woman's all-out attack, the battle finally ended in a draw. However, no one in the Heavenly Realm was happy. There was only despair. The evil god realm had also given birth to such a powerful Heaven's favorite. What hope did the Heaven Realm have? It seems that you came prepared today. The 4 of them should be the strongest Heaven's favorites in your world, right? A heavenly emperor from the Heaven Realm spoke. Many people's eyes lit up. It was possible that the alien race had come prepared. They might have brought the strongest Heaven's favorites here, which was why they were so strong. As for the Heaven Realm, not all of the 9 absolutes were present. There were still some geniuses who were still growing. If that was the case, then there was hope. You don't have to lie to yourselves. 111 tell you the truth. The 3 people who fought just now can't even enter the top 10 in my Jia. A non-human heavenly emperor sneered. You can't even enter the top 10? That's impossible, absolutely impossible, it's fake. It's definitely just an alarmist talk. It's probably a blow to us. We can't believe it. Everyone in the Heaven Realm was in an uproar. No one believed it. The 3 outsiders who had just fought were already unbelievably powerful. Even 9 absolutes from the Heaven Realm was no match for them. With such combat strength and cultivation, they still couldn't enter the top 10 of the outsiders. This was too despairing. They naturally didn't believe it. How sad. No wonder you were defeated. One swear in the name of the Heavenly Emperor that all of this is the truth. The Heavenly Emperor from the foreign race said indifferently. Everyone in the Heaven Realm was in despair. Was what the other party said true? This is a prince of our realm. He has amazing talent and is ranked 9th among the younger generation in our realm. Then, the non-human Heavenly Emperor pointed at the non-human young man. The young man from the royal family stepped forward and looked at the young man in blue. Remember, my name is Mo Tianluo, and I will crush you. Fight. The young man in blue stepped forward and launched an attack at the prince of the alien race, Mo Tianluo. Whoosh. 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 The blue divine light turned into a series of shocking attacks. The young man in blue revealed his terrifying combat strength as soon as he attacked. Rank 8 True Emperor. The eyes of the people from the heaven realm lit up. They saw hope. The blue-shirted young man's battle power had already reached the battle power of a rank 8 true emperor. At such a young age, he was definitely powerful. You have some strength, but it's not enough. Mo Tianluo said indifferently. A destructive light burst out of his eyes, turning into a dozen sword lights and slashing toward the blue-robed young man. The sword light whistled and broke through the attack of the young man in blue, forcing him to retreat quickly. What? He's so strong. Many people were shocked. How was it possible for him to force the blue-robed young man to retreat with a single move? Kill, die. Mo Tianluo shouted. The sword light whistled and slashed at the young man in blue. The young man in blue let out a long roar and soared into the sky. He used a terrifying divine art to break the sword light and attacked Mo Tianluo. I'll defeat you. Mo Tianluo said indifferently. He shot up into the sky and struck out with his palm. Chapter 2275 Chaos Gems found. Mo Tianluo was incomparably powerful and brave. He struck out with his palm, which directly pierced through the void and broke through all the attacks of the young man in blue. The blue-shirted young man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat and dodge, but it was too late. Bang! The terrifying palm print hit the chest of the young man in blue. He screamed as his chest was pierced through. His body flew more than 10,000 meters away and coughed up blood. He was seriously injured. No, that's impossible. Updated on B0xN0VL. Someone from the heavenly realm shouted. It was hard to accept this. The young man in blue was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 unique youths in the heaven realm. His combat strength had reached the level of a rank 8 true emperor. However, he was severely injured after only a few moves from the prince of the foreign race. The difference was too great. More importantly, was it really as the foreign heavenly emperor had said, that Mo Tianluo was only ranked 9th among the younger generation of the foreign races? In that case, there was really no hope for the heaven realm. When this generation of geniuses grew up, what they brought to the heaven realm would not be hope, but despair. Many people roared, unwilling to accept all this. They had waited for countless years, fought for countless years, and finally arrived at the golden age, the age of geniuses. This generation was destined to rise to the top and give birth to the most powerful experts. Everyone was looking forward to the rise of this generation, and then they would kill their way back and take back the 9 heaven domain of the heaven realm. However, this was the result that he had been waiting for. Many people's faces were pale. At this moment, their morale was completely gone. What was the use of fighting and risking their lives? It's not good. Heavenly Venerate's 6 sages sighed inwardly. He knew that this was a huge blow to everyone, and the situation was not good for the heaven realm. The so-called golden age of the heaven realm is nothing more than this. You can't even withstand a single blow. Do you still have any heaven's favorites? All of you, come out and fight. One of the heaven's favorites laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain and mockery. Today, their goal had been successfully achieved. The morale of the heaven's favorites is low. After a period of time, they will definitely collapse. There are still many geniuses from the heaven realm who are not in the two-world city. Otherwise, they would not be weaker than you. Heavenly Venerate's 6 sages spoke. At this point in time, he definitely couldn't show weakness. Oh, really? Then I'll give you time to send people to find the heaven's favorites. I'm just afraid that the people you send will be too weak to withstand a single blow. The foreign celestial Thearch laughed. Go and find the top 2 of the 9 uniques. This time, we can't let our morale drop. Heavenly Venerate's 6 sages sent a voice transmission to a heavenly emperor. I'm just afraid that they have even more powerful chosen. The heavenly emperor sighed. I can't care so much. Now, we can only fight. The celestial said. The Heavenly Emperor nodded and left in a flash. The non-humans stood still on the battlefield, waiting with calm and composed expressions. At that moment, Lu Ming had ended his cultivation. I don't have enough energy to break through to the true Emperor realm. Lu Ming sighed. Although he had refined many world cores, he had only managed to rush to the peak of the 7-star illusionary Emperor stage. It was impossible for him to break through to the true Emperor stage unless he had a large number of Chaos Stones or Primordial Chaos Stones. Forget it, I'll continue to the battlefield of true Emperors. With my current cultivation, I'm invincible in the periphery of the battlefield of true Emperors. 111 Hunt for some alien race essence crystals and exchange them for Chaos Gems. After making up his mind, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and flew out of Two World City. As they neared the city walls, Lu Ming felt that something was amiss. The atmosphere in Two World City was extremely heavy and oppressive. There's a big battle. Lu Ming did not need to think. He could guess that there must have been a huge battle. When he arrived at the city wall, he found that many people's eyes were filled with helplessness and despair, as if they had lost hope. Lu Ming understood what had happened after asking around. A heaven's favorite from another race? There's also the prince of the alien race. I've found the Chaos Gem. Lu Ming muttered to himself before his eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the city and saw the Hangyu Heavenly Emperor and the others on the city wall. He hurriedly walked toward them. Lu Ming. Heavenly Emperor Hangyu sensed Lu Ming and smiled. Senior Hangyu, please let me out. Lu Ming said. You're going out? Heavenly Emperor Hangyu revealed a look of surprise. That's right. I'm going to go and meet some outsider chosen. Lu Ming nodded. The Hangyu Heavenly Emperor and the other Heavenly Emperors looked at Lu Ming hesitantly. Although Lu Ming's talent was unprecedented since ancient times, he had just become a martial emperor not long ago. A few years ago, in the Alcade ancient city, Lu Ming's combat strength was not weak and he could defeat the Black Tortoise Forest at that time. But now, even though the Black Tortoise Forest's combat strength had improved greatly, they were still not a match for the foreign kind's prodigy. Even if Lu Ming's progress was faster and he was stronger than the Black Tortoise Forest, it was impossible for him to be a match for the alien prince. All right. However, the Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor only considered it for a moment before nodding in agreement. Lu Ming had already created history. He had become a divine emperor with many laws. It was unprecedented. No matter how fast Lu Ming improved, there was nothing to be surprised about. There was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. They hoped that Lu Ming could defeat the alien race's prodigy and restore the morale of the heaven realm. The Hangyu Heavenly Emperor immediately ordered the formation to be opened and Lu Ming to leave. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he flew out of Two World City. Instantly, it attracted everyone's attention. That is Lu Ming, it's him. It's Lu Ming. Why is he out? Is he going to fight with the alien race's prodigy? Before Lu Ming became a divine emperor, he controlled many laws and even 3 ultimate laws. He defied the heavens and became a divine emperor. There has never been anyone like him in history. As soon as he became a divine emperor, he rushed to the 4-star Void Emperor realm and suppressed the Black Tortoise Forest. Now that a few years have passed, Lu Ming must be stronger. He might even be able to fight against the prodigies of the alien race. Many people revealed hopeful expressions. One don't think so. No matter how strong he is, he can't be a match for the prince of the alien race. Someone poured cold water on the conversation. He was an expert from the Lan family. Why boost other people's morale and destroy your own? You'll know after the battle. Heavenly Emperor Hangyu glanced at the Lan family's expert and said coldly. The Lan family's expert's expression changed, and he didn't dare to say anything. Lu Ming moved as fast as lightning and arrived beside the 6 sages. Lu Ming. Heavenly venerates 6 sages and the others looked at Lu Ming and nodded. Senior, let me fight. Lu Ming said. You want to fight? What a joke, didn't you see how strong the other party was? If you go, you'll only make us lose one more battle and deal a greater blow to our morale. Xuan Wulin said first. You're a piece of trash, do you think others are like you? Lu Ming cast a disdainful glance at the black tortoise forest. The black tortoise forest's face turned red, but he had indeed suffered a crushing defeat just now, and he couldn't refute it. Lu Ming, fight with all your might, said the sixth saint. Lu Ming nodded and stepped forward. As he walked in front, the aura of a 7-star illusionary emperor completely burst out from his body. A 7-star illusionary emperor? How did he improve so quickly? Black Tortoise Lin's pupils contracted sharply as he roared in his heart in disbelief. Chapter 2276. Lu Ming takes action. The black tortoise forest roared in his heart. He was in disbelief and was shocked by Lu Ming's cultivation. The others weren't any better. They were tongue-tied and gasped. A 7-star illusionary emperor was nothing, but this 7-star illusionary emperor had only become a great emperor 2 years ago, which was terrifying. The rest of the 9Ju group, such as the bald young man, the young man in the blue shirt, and the beautiful lady, looked at Lu Ming in shock. All right. Updated on B0xN0VL. Com Heavenly venerates 6 sages and the other celestial emperors were overjoyed. Lu Ming was so talented. If he continued to grow, he might really become a peak expert. The people from the heaven realm were shocked, but the outsiders were stunned and looked down on them. They did not know that Lu Ming had become a martial emperor more than 2 years ago. Is there really no one else in the heaven realm? They actually sent an illusionary Thearch to die? A heavenly emperor from the foreign race sneered. So what if you're an empty emperor? It's enough to defeat your so-called heaven's favorites. Lu Ming's words were full of provocation and disdain. Arrogant. Leave this brat to me. Among the 4 heaven's favorites, the burly one covered in purple scales stepped out. A giant axe appeared in his hand, and his eyes were ferocious. This person was called Wei Mo, and he had easily defeated the Black Tortoise Forest in his previous battle. No one from the foreign tribes stopped him. In their opinion, Wei Mo alone was enough to deal with a mere void emperor. Bang! Bang! Wei Mo's body glowed with purple light. He was 4 meters tall, more than twice Lu Ming's height. With every step he took, the ground rumbled, as if a giant beast was walking. Brat, 111 chop you into pieces with my axe. Wei Mo opened his mouth ferociously, his 3 eyes emitting a ferocious light. Lu Ming raised his middle finger and showed a look of disdain. You're looking for death. Wei Mo took a step forward, causing the ground to crack. His burly figure rushed towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. He was in mid-air when he swung his axe at Lu Ming. A terrifying axe radiance split the void into 2. A 6th stage true emperor is too weak. Lu Ming muttered. His figure soared into the sky and he charged towards the other party. When he encountered the other party's axe gleam, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Lu Ming used the inextinguishable golden body. His entire body was like a peerless divine weapon. At the same time, the power of the law covered his palm. Boom! The axe gleam was like tofu and could not withstand a single blow. It was immediately destroyed. Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he charged toward Wei Mo. Wei Mo was shocked. He did not expect that the attack that he had used all his strength to launch would be so weak in Lu Ming's hands. This was completely beyond his expectations. In his opinion, a mere void emperor could not be that strong. He would definitely be killed by his axe. It was too late to react and dodge. Lu Ming had already arrived. Bang! Lu Ming slapped Wei Mo's face. Wei Mo let out a blood-curdling scream and half of his face exploded. His body fell heavily to the ground, creating a huge pit. He lay in it and twitched non-stop. He was already half dead. The entire place suddenly fell silent. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Wei Mo, who had been extremely powerful just now and had easily defeated the profound martial arts world's Wei Mo, could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. With just one move, he was crushed by Lu Ming and was severely injured. The impact of this was too strong. All right. Good hit. The heavenly realm erupted in cheers, and the two-world city was in an uproar. Many people shouted in excitement. It felt too good, too good. Earlier on, the heaven realm's paragons had been suppressed by the other party. Now that Lu Ming had made a move, he could kill one of the other party's paragons with one slap. This scene was as cool as drinking a glass of cold beer in the summer. At first, many people were in despair, but now, they couldn't help but show hope. There were even stronger geniuses in the heaven realm. Although the heavens' favorites of the foreign races were strong, they were not undefeatable. Of course, there were also a few people who were angry instead of happy. For example, people from the Black Tortoise Forest, Lansheng, and others who had a grudge against Lu Ming. Damn it, how did he become so strong? Damn it. The Black Tortoise Forest roared in his heart. He found it difficult to accept. Previously, he had been easily defeated by Wei Mo. Now, Wei Mo could not even withstand a single blow in front of Lu Ming. Did this not mean that he was too trashy? His face was extremely gloomy. Humph. Lansheng coldly snorted, his expression not looking good. At the same time, the alien powerhouses also looked terrible. The alien race's prodigy had been defeated by Lu Ming in such a domineering manner. It was a slap to the face. It was really ugly and not good for their plan. Is this your chosen? Too weak, change to another one. Lu Ming said casually, looking at the remaining 3 non-human talents. Of the remaining 3, other than Mo Tianluo, the prince of the foreign race, the other 2 looked solemn. Even if their combat strength was stronger than Wei Mo's, it was not by much. It was impossible for them to crush Wei Mo as easily as Lu Ming did. Even if they went up, they would definitely not be Lu Ming's match. A 7-star illusionary emperor with such battle strength. Interesting. Let me test you. Mo Tianluo stepped out. His purple hair was flying in the wind, and he was extremely handsome. In addition, the third eye between his brows was filled with a sense of evil. If he were to enter the human race, he would probably charm thousands of young girls. Lu Ming smiled. His target was the demonic sky net. Make your move, don't waste time. Lu Ming said loudly, as if he did not take the Devil Sky King seriously at all. Mo Tianluo's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was surrounded by purple chi. Whoosh! His eyes shone with a brilliant light, which transformed into a huge combat sword. It slashed at Lu Ming with shocking power. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and circulated the world energy to the extreme. At the same time, a long spear containing 8 types of laws appeared in his hand. Although Lu Ming appeared to be carefree when facing the Demon Sky King, he did not dare to be careless. His opponent's battle strength had already reached the 9th stage True Emperor. His current battle strength was also at the same level as Mo Tianluo's. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear expanded and collided with his opponent's combat sword. There was a loud clang and the force was unrestrained. The opponent's combat sword was destroyed by Lu Ming, and he took a few steps back. I blocked it. So strong. The eyes of the people from the heaven realm lit up. Lu Ming had blocked the other party's attack. This meant that he had the ability to fight. At this moment, although many people were shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength, they hoped that Lu Ming would be able to fight and even defeat the other party. Kill! Seeing that Lu Ming had blocked his attack, Mo Tianluo shouted. His third eye continued to shine, turning into more than 10 combat swords and slashing at Lu Ming. At the same time, his body flashed and he charged toward Lu Ming. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand pierced out continuously, blocking more than 10 combat swords. In the end, he exchanged a blow with Mo Tianluo and his figure drifted backward. Chapter 2277. Demanding an exorbitant price, Lu Ming and the demonic sky net exchanged a blow and he retreated. What powerful strength! Lu Ming felt that his arm was slightly numb. It seemed that he was still at a disadvantage in terms of strength even after using 8 types of laws. Then 9 laws it is. Lu Ming added the life law into the long spear. Updated on B0xN0VL. Calm buzz. The long spear buzzed and its power increased greatly. It turned into a towering spear radiance and pressed toward Mo Tianluo. Kill. Mo Tianluo's palms were like purple jade as he attacked Lu Ming. He kept blasting and colliding with Lu Ming's spear radiance, causing a terrifying explosion. The two of them continued to collide. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. After Lu Ming used the 9 types of laws, his combat strength was at the level of a 9th stage true emperor. He was on par with his opponent and was not weaker than him. So strong. Lu Ming is so strong. He can totally fight with the other party. That's right. Who says the heaven realms chosen are inferior to the alien race? They just didn't come out before. Lu Ming has created miracles and become a great emperor with many laws. He will definitely become an unparalleled expert in the future. He is the hope of the heaven realm. Many people were discussing. When Lansheng heard these words, his face turned even gloomier. A cold light kept flashing in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. The battle continued. Lu Ming and Mo Tianluo fought in the sky and exchanged hundreds of moves. Defeat, lose. At this moment Mo Tianluo was getting impatient. The main thing was that Lu Ming's cultivation level was too low. He was only an illusionary divine, and he could not even take down an illusionary divine. If news of this battle were to spread back to the evil god realm, he would definitely be suppressed and ridiculed by the other princes. His attacks became more and more violent. It's almost time. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. The spear's momentum suddenly changed into a spinning momentum, strangling toward the other party. He had completely abandoned his defense. You're looking for death. Mo Tianluo's eyes lit up. He struck Lu Ming with his palm, but he was also swept by Lu Ming's spear. The two of them were sent flying at the same time, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. They were seriously injured. However, Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scroll. He circulated the indestructible ancient scroll, and his injuries were rapidly recovering. Buzz! Lu Ming charged at the other party again. The two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. Lu Ming completely ignored defense and only attacked. He was in a stance of exchanging injury for injury. The two of them were hit by each other, but Lu Ming's injuries recovered quickly. On the other hand, Mo Tianluo's injuries became more and more serious. His aura became weaker and his combat strength weakened rapidly. In the end, he was no match for Lu Ming and was crushed. Boom! Lu Ming's spear struck Mo Tianluo's body, blasting him to the ground. The earth shattered, and Mo Tianluo's hair was disheveled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura was extremely weak. However, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to attack Mo Tianluo. Senior, help me keep an eye on the other side, Celestial Emperor. At the same time, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to 6 sages. All. Mo Tianluo roared and rushed out of the ground, trying to escape. However, Lu Ming caught up with him in an instant and whipped him with his spear. His body flew out like a cannonball in the direction of Two World City. Enough! A heavenly emperor of the alien race shouted and reached out his hand, trying to grab Mo Tianluo. However, with a wave of his hand, the 6 sacred sky clan destroyed the other party's hand. What do you want to do? Are we going to start a war? The foreign celestial Thearch bellowed and launched an attack at the same time. However, 6 sages was stronger and managed to block his attack. Lu Ming had already caught up with Mo Tianluo. At this moment Mo Tianluo had almost no strength to fight back. Lu Ming stepped on his body, breaking his bones inch by inch, worsening his injuries. Then, Lu Ming grabbed Mo Tianluo's neck and ran toward Two World City. Release our prince. The foreign celestial emperors were furious and attacked at the same time. However, Celestial Master 6 sages and the other celestial emperors of the heaven realm also blocked their attacks. Then, they picked up the young man in blue and the others and rushed towards Two World City. After catching up with Lu Ming, Celestial Master 6 sages picked him up and flew towards Two World City. Behind him, a few foreign heavenly emperors were furious and chased after him. However, on the Two World City, the Hainu heavenly emperor and the others made their moves. One attack after another flew out and blocked the other party. With this, Heavenly Venerate 6 sages and the others had already returned to Two World City and landed on the city walls. He won. Lu Ming had won. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the heaven realm fell on Lu Ming, shining with surprise. Their eyes were filled with hope again. It was not that the heaven realm's prodigies were inferior to him, but that the stronger ones had not made a move. Didn't they see that Lu Ming had completely defeated his opponent the moment he made a move? Moreover, Lu Ming was only an illusionary divine. If even an empty emperor was so powerful, how astonishing would it be in the future? They saw hope again. In the future, the heaven realm might have a chance to fight against the alien races, or even counterattack. Hand over the prince of my tribe. Otherwise, 111 makes sure not even a chicken or dog remains. A few foreign celestial Thearchs stopped outside the Two World City and roared, "Hee hee, I'm so scared. Come and attack. You speak as if you want attack if I hand it over." Lu Ming sneered. He held Mo Tianluo's neck and stood on the city wall. "Brat, you'll die a horrible death, one swear." Mo Tianluo roared. Bang! Lu Ming held the demonic sky silk and smashed it against the city wall. The walls of Two World City were made of special materials and carved with countless inscriptions. They were extremely hard. Mo Tianluo was smashed into a daze. Many of his bones were broken, and his face was beyond recognition. He no longer had his previous handsome appearance. "If you continue to talk nonsense, 111 directly pickle you," Lu Ming said coldly. Mo Tianluo shut up. At this moment, the few celestial Thearchs of the alien race were furious. They wanted to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. They hated Lu Ming to the core. This time, their plan was to use the younger generation to strike a blow to the morale of the heaven realm. Originally, their plan had already been completed perfectly, and the morale of the heaven realm's people had dropped many times. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, Lu Ming came out and completely ruined their plan. He defeated their proud sons of heaven one after another and restored the morale of the heaven realm. In fact, even the prince of the alien race had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. A prince of a foreign tribe was not only of noble status, but also extremely talented. He would definitely become an unparalleled master in the future. Nothing could happen to him. "What do you want? Only then will you release the prince of my tribe?" One of the foreign celestial emperors said. "Originally, I was going to kill him directly, but seeing how sincere you are, I can let him go. How about this? Give me 1,000 chaos gems, and I'll let him go." Lu Ming demanded an exorbitant price. "What? 1,000 chaos gems? That's impossible. You're too greedy." One of the foreign heavenly emperors roared. "IOO chaos gems? What a joke. Do you think chaos gems are cabbages? A few are already very precious, and you want IOO? If you can't take it out, then I'll collect his corpse." Lu Ming said with a cold face. 1,000 yuan is too much. It's impossible. A non-human heavenly emperor said. Chapter 2278:100 Chaos Gems in hand. Alright, I'll take a step back. 100 chaos gems, no less. Lu Ming pretended to consider for a moment before he spoke. It dropped from 1,000 to 100. In fact, he was indeed asking for an exorbitant price. He also knew that 1,000 yuan was simply impossible. He was just trying to bargain. 100 yuan is still too much. Give me a little less. Upped on Biyao X0 VL. C Omicron M. A non-human heavenly emperor still wanted to bargain. Bang! Lu Ming lifted the Demon Sky King and smashed it against the city wall again, causing the Demon Sky King to scream in pain. Alright, 100 yuan it is, let's go and gather the money. The foreign races were left with no choice. One of the foreign celestial Thearchs returned to the foreign army to collect chaos gems. I object to using the prince of a foreign race to exchange for the stone of chaos. At this moment, a person from the heaven realm stepped out and said coldly. Lu Ming looked over. It was Land City. Lan Sheng looked around and said to the people of the heaven realm, this non-human prince is too talented. If we let him go, he will be a great enemy to us when he grows up. We must kill him with such a good opportunity. His words made many people's eyes light up. That's right. This non-human prince was so talented that even the top 3 of the 9 absolutes were no match for him. In the heaven realm, he could be said to be a supreme talent at the top of the pyramid. How terrifying would such a person be when he grew up in the future? Many people were moved by Lan Cheng's words. Lan Cheng sneered. It was not that easy for Lu Ming to exchange the demonic sky silk for resources. He wanted to stop him. Moreover, the alien race would definitely bear a grudge against Lu Ming after killing Mo Tianluo. This would only be beneficial to him. Nonsense. Mo Tianluo is Lu Ming's captive. He has the final say in how to deal with him. No one else has the right to interfere. Heavenly Emperor Han Yu walked over and started cursing. How could he not see through Lan Cheng's thoughts? He was truly despicable and shameless. Han Yu, you can't say that. We can do whatever we want to ordinary prisoners, but this alien prince is too talented. He concerns the safety of the heavenly realm, so we can't do whatever we want to him. Lan Cheng quibbled, not letting go of the safety of the heavenly realm. Hee hee. At this moment, Lu Ming sneered, his voice filled with mockery. Lan Cheng looked at Lu Ming with a cold glint in his eyes. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you for not having balls. Lu Ming said. You. How dare you? Lan Cheng was furious. Lu Ming actually dared to say that in front of so many people. How preposterous. I finally understand why the heaven realm lost. It's because there are too many people like you. You don't have any confidence at all. Without confidence, without the belief that you will win, how can you win? If I can defeat this non-human prince today, I will be able to crush him in the future. Not to mention one non-human prince, even if there are 10 of them, so what? In the future, I can even suppress it with a flip of my hand. Since I dared to let him go, I will deal with this person in the future. So, you don't need to worry about it here. Lu Ming said, full of confidence. That's right. In your eyes, Lan Cheng, this alien prince might be a great enemy in the future. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, he's just a clown. What's there to be afraid of? Han Yu laughed. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Lan Cheng said with a gloomy face. Since you can't be sure, why are you still wasting your breath? Maybe I'll kill him tomorrow. Lu Ming sneered and turned around, ignoring Lan Cheng. Gotcha. Lan Cheng clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. However, he concealed it very well. He was the celestial Thearch. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in this manner. He was simply courting death. Of course, he would not think about why Lu Ming had such an attitude. Because of Lan Yun, back then in Yaoguang ancient city, Lu Ming was targeted by Lan City in every way. They wanted to deal with him repeatedly. He was the celestial Thearch, but he was targeting Lu Ming, a junior. Even a man made of mud would be angry. Lu Ming could not bear it any longer. He simply did not give Lan Sheng a good look. At this moment, the celestial Thearch who had gone to collect the chaos gems had returned. The chaos gem is here. Release our prince. The heavenly emperor said. Senior 6 saints, they'll have to trouble you. Lu Ming handed the demonic sky net to the 6 sages. It would only be foolproof if the 6 sages heavenly venerate were to make the exchange. If he were to make the exchange, he would definitely be slapped to death by the other party. Heavenly venerate's 6 sages nodded, took the devil sky net, and flew out of Two World City. The other party had no choice but to hand the Rock of Chaos over to the 6 sages heavenly venerate in exchange for Mo Tianluo. The 6th saint returned with a storage bracelet and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look. There were exactly 100 chaos gems in the storage bracelet. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 100 chaos gems was a huge fortune. He had been fighting for more than 2 years on the True Emperor battlefield, but the alien essence crystals he had obtained could only be exchanged for 3 chaos gems. And now, he had obtained 100 chaos gems all at once. With these chaos gems, his cultivation would definitely break through to the True Emperor realm. Many people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. There was envy, jealousy, and many other things. Take the Black Tortoise Forest as an example. He was beaten up by the other party when he went to battle, while Lu Ming went to battle and received 100 chaos gems. The difference was too great. As for Lan Cheng's group, their faces were gloomy. The more resources Lu Ming received, the faster he would grow. Brat, there are more heaven's favorites from our race. Let's continue the battle. At this moment, a non-human celestial Thearch roared and glared at Lu Ming. Now, with this, the morale of the heaven realm side was not weakened, but instead greatly increased. It was the non-humankind side that had low morale. They were not willing to give up and called more powerful heaven's favorites to fight Lu Ming and demoralize the heaven realm. Am not free. Lu Ming only replied with 2 words. He then waved his hand and flew toward his residence. Now that he had the Stone of Chaos, Lu Ming could rush back to break through. He was not in the mood to fight. Damn it, what other heaven's favorites are there in the heaven realm? Call them out and fight with our race's heaven's favorites. The foreign celestial Thearch roared. Am not free. This was the reply of heavenly venerate's 6 sages. He wasn't that stupid. Lu Ming had just won a big victory and restored the morale. Why would he be silly enough to call for a duel again? What if he was abused by the other party and the morale was low? Anyway, they had won a great victory, so they should stop while they were ahead. The non-human celestial Thearch was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had sent out elites to challenge the Two World City, but the heaven realm simply ignored them. In the end, the alien races had no choice but to retreat. Their plan this time had failed completely because of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming returned to his residence, he entered the mountain and river diagram directly. He took out a pile of raw gemstones and devoured their energy to restore his condition to its peak. He then took out a chaos gem. He wanted to use it to break through to the True Emperor realm. Breaking through to the True Emperor realm required a lot of energy, but 100 chaos gems were definitely more than enough. He took a deep breath and 3 streams of chaos chi flew out of the chaos gem and were sucked into his mouth. Lu Ming began to refine the mixed drop chi to break through to the next realm. Chapter 2279, Breaking Through to the True Emperor Realm. Once a Void Emperor broke through to the True Emperor Realm, the small world would become stable. Living beings could enter and live in the small world, and they could even cultivate inside. Naturally, the amount of energy required was also very shocking. Now, Lu Ming's speed of refining the chaos qi was much faster than before. He could refine a chaos stone in 3 days, which was 3 wisps of chaos qi. After refining one piece, Lu Ming took out another piece. Very quickly, a month had passed. Lu Ming had refined 10 chaos gems, but he had not broken through. Update on Biyao X0VL. C M Lu Ming continued to refine. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lu Ming's speed of refining the chaos gems was getting faster and faster. In 3 months, he had refined more than 30 pieces. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's accumulation had reached its peak. His small world rumbled and expanded continuously. In the end, the area of Lu Ming's small world had reached a radius of 100,000 miles. This area was almost the same as the mountain and river diagram. Evolution. With a single thought, mountains, rivers, and lakes appeared in the small world. However, there were no signs of life. If one wanted to create a living being, they had to at least reach the Great Emperor realm and control the Great Tao. Buzz. At this moment, a layer of light emanated from Lu Ming's body. It was the world's divine light. The world god light meant that the small world was completely stable and he had stepped into the true Emperor realm. I've finally broken through to the true Emperor realm. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He could feel that his world energy was 5 to 6 times stronger than before. It was extremely robust. After refining more than 30 chaos gems, Lu Ming finally broke through to the true Emperor realm and became a 1-star true Emperor. My current battle strength should be at the 10th level of true Emperor. Lu Ming estimated his combat ability. Before his breakthrough, his battle power was at the 9th stage true Emperor realm. However, the increase in combat strength was multifaceted. The most important aspect was the laws. However, after breaking through from the illusionary divine stage to the true divine stage, the power of his world had increased by 5 or 6 times. Therefore, his combat strength had also increased by a large margin, reaching the 10th level of combat strength. Normally, it would be difficult for one's combat strength to increase by so much after breaking through a minor level. A true emperor is divided into 18 levels of battle prowess. Only when one's cultivation reaches the peak of 7 stars, the 9 types of nomological laws that they control have reached the 3rd realm, and they have mastered powerful divine abilities, can they be considered to have battle prowess at level 18. However, I don't need to reach this step at all. I can reach rank 18 combat power. Lu Ming smiled. He was different from the rest, and the strength of his body far exceeded that of ordinary people. Furthermore, he had mastered 3 types of ultimate laws, while the rest were king path laws. If his cultivation reached the peak of 7 stars and all 9 of his laws reached the 3rd realm, his fighting power would naturally far exceed that of a rank 18 true emperor. One still have more than 60 chaos gems, but I've just made a breakthrough in my cultivation. One need to consolidate it first before making a breakthrough. I should focus on cultivating my nomological laws now. Lu Ming planned the direction of his future cultivation. When one's nomological laws reached the 2nd realm, there was a difference in maturity. Many of his nomological laws had just broken through to the 2nd realm and had not reached the peak of the 2nd realm. There was still room for improvement. Moreover, there was no bottleneck. It was the best choice to use the path understanding ancient tree to comprehend. Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and headed straight for the mature path understanding ancient tree in Two World City. In the following days, Lu Ming was comprehending the laws under the path understanding ancient tree. Two World City had also calmed down. After a few strong attacks, the non-humans didn't succeed. Instead, they suffered heavy losses. Their plan to attack the morale of the heaven realm didn't succeed either. During this period of time, they quieted down and didn't continue to attack. However, everyone knew that the foreign kinds would never give up. This was only the calm before the storm. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Lu Ming had been comprehending the laws under RH Immature Path Understanding Ancient Tree for the past year. His 9 laws had all improved by leaps and bounds. After breaking through to the second realm, there was no bottleneck. All kinds of nomological laws were rapidly approaching the peak of the second realm. In a year, at least 6 or 7 types of nomological laws had reached the peak of the second realm. This caused Lu Ming's cultivation level and combat strength to increase by another level. Lu Ming estimated that he should have the combat strength of a rank N true emperor now. But now, many of his laws had reached a bottleneck. If he went any further, he would reach the third realm of laws. It was very difficult to break through by bitter cultivation. Lu Ming decided to continue to the battlefield of true emperors. He could only break through quickly by fighting the alien races. However, before he set off, Lu Ming made a trip back to his residence and refined another 20 chaos gems. This allowed Lu Ming's cultivation to reach the level of a 2-carat star true emperor in one go. Although his cultivation had broken through one stage, Lu Ming's combat strength was still at the 11th stage of the true emperor realm. However, he had already reached the peak of the 11th stage. When everything was ready, Lu Ming quietly left Two World City and headed towards the battlefield of the true emperors. He did not let anyone know. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the battlefield of true emperors. The empty emperor battlefield, the true emperor battlefield, and the great emperor battlefield were all specially set up. If the foreign races wanted to attack Two World City, they would nor pass through these battlefields. With my current fighting power, there's no challenge in the outer area of the battlefield of true emperors. Only the core area will be challenging. Lu Ming pondered. The experts in the core area of the battlefield of true emperors were all existences with the combat strength of a 10th stage true emperor or above. It was the most suitable place for Lu Ming to fight and train. Lu Ming flew toward the core area of the battlefield of the true emperors. If he flew like this, he would definitely be targeted by the alien races. Along the way, he was ambushed by 2 groups of alien races. The strongest among them was only a 9th level true emperor. They were easily killed by Lu Ming and he obtained many crystal cores. When Lu Ming stepped into the core area of the true emperor battlefield, he slowed down and concealed his aura. He advanced carefully. Whoosh! Clang! Not long after, a dazzling red light flashed in front of them. At the same time, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. It was obvious that there were people fighting. Lu Ming cast the divine breath spell and moved along the ground, approaching it carefully. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of a sudden, there were 2 streaks of light in front of him. One was in front of him and the other was behind him. They were flying rapidly toward Lu Ming. In front of him was a green sword light, and it was controlled by a green-robed elder. Behind him was a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe. He held a blood-red saber in his hand as he chased after the green-robed old man. It was obvious that the 2 of them were from the heaven realm. Save me! The green-robed elder saw Lu Ming and roared. However, the middle-aged man in the crimson robe suddenly sped up and slashed with his crimson saber. The green-robed elder roared and tried to block it, but it was useless. His defense was directly broken by the blood-red blade light and he was cut in half. Buzz! The blood-robed middle-aged man rushed over and collected the green-robed old man's storage ring. He also dug out the old man's world core. I've met another one, and he's so young. He's so young and he dares to come to the core of the true emperor battlefield. He's quite bold, but you're unlucky to have met me, Blood Blades Man. The blood-robed middle-aged man licked his lips and revealed a ferocious expression. Lu Ming's pupils constricted slightly and his expression turned grave. Chapter 2280 Bloody Blade Hand. Lu Ming had heard Bai Tai mention the name Bloody Swordsman before. There was a rule in Two World City that all beings from the heaven realm were not allowed to kill each other after entering the battlefield. Those who violated it would be severely punished. However, there would still be people who would take the risk and kill heaven realm beings on the battlefield to make a huge profit. This kind of person usually disguised themselves. They had one identity on the battlefield and another identity when they returned to Two World City. Of course, there was a huge risk in doing so. Once he was recognized, only death would await him. Update on Omicron X0VL. C. Omicron M. Blood Blade Hand was such a person. In addition to his strong combat strength, it was said that he had the combat strength of a level 14 true emperor. Just now, he was hunting the Heaven Realm's experts and happened to run into Lu Ming. Now, he had turned his attention to Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not retreat. His eyes were filled with an eager expression. His fighting power had already reached the peak of level 11 true emperor, only one step away from level 12. With the indestructible ancient scroll, he could even kill a rank 12 true emperor. Therefore, he wanted to try and see how strong a rank 14 true emperor was. Even if he was no match for them, Lu Ming still had the fallen star bow and the celestial Thearch's physical body. He would have no problem escaping. The bloody swordsman was slightly surprised. He did not expect Lu Ming to not run away after hearing his name. If he didn't escape, he would die. The bloody swordsman's figure flashed and he charged at Lu Ming like a ray of blood light. Buzz! In Lu Ming's palm, the divine ability Infinite Dragon Spear appeared. Kill! Lu Ming erupted with all his strength and stabbed the bloody swordsman with his spear. The spear radiance howled and shattered the void. Its power was extremely shocking. This was Lu Ming's first time using his full strength after he had broken through to the true Emperor realm. Rank 11 battle strength. He's only a 2-star true emperor at such a young age, but he already has rank 11 battle strength. He's a peerless genius. Bloody Blade Artist was shocked at first, but his shock was soon replaced by greed. At such a young age, he already had the battle power of a rank 11 true emperor. This was simply terrifying. As far as he knew, in the entire Heaven Realm's younger generation, only 1 or 2 people had reached this step. Could the young man in front of him be one of the top 2 of the 9 absolutes? No matter what, this kind of genius was frighteningly rich. The bloody swordsman's eyes were burning as he slashed at Lu Ming. The blood-red saber light slashed at Lu Ming's spear radiance. Lu Ming's spear radiance trembled violently. The infinite dragon spear, which was formed by 9 types of laws, trembled continuously as if it was about to be torn apart by the other party's power. At the same time, a terrifying saber chi rushed towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's body was sent flying. His body was covered in knife wounds and blood was flowing out. Lu Ming spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was severely injured in one move. The difference between a rank 11 true emperor and a rank 14 true emperor was too great. They were no match for each other. If it was an ordinary rank 11 true emperor, he would have died from this move. However, Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scroll and the indestructible golden body. His defense was amazing, and his recovery ability was even more terrifying. At this moment, Lu Ming's injuries were rapidly recovering. The knife wound was also healing rapidly. He didn't die. Bloody Blade Hand was shocked. A person with the battle power of a rank 11 true emperor had taken his attack and was still alive. This was beyond his imagination. Wait a minute. Bloody Blade Hand's eyes suddenly widened, revealing an extremely shocked expression. He recalled the exchange of blows with Lu Ming earlier. He could sense that Lu Ming's divine power contained 9 types of laws, 3 of which were ultimate laws. A person could actually master 3 ultimate maxims. He had stayed in the battlefield of true emperors for decades and had never heard of Lu Ming's name. Naturally, he was shocked when he thought of it. However, after the shock, it was the blazing fire. Kid, hand over your cultivation method. The bloody swordsman's eyes were filled with greed as he rushed toward Lu Ming. He had thought that Lu Ming had cultivated 3 ultimate maxims by relying on some ancient scripture. If he could get it, would he not be able to dominate the world? He had to get it. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming's injuries had almost recovered. He held the long spear and charged at the bloody swordsman again. Boom! The two of them exchanged another blow. Lu Ming retreated rapidly and was seriously injured once again. However, Lu Ming's eyes were exceptionally bright. A life-and-death battle. This was a life-and-death battle. He could feel the aura of death with every move he made against Blood Bladesman. However, this made him concentrate his spirit to the extreme, and every trace of strength in his body burst to the extreme. His potential was also stimulated to the extreme. He could feel that his usage of the laws was deepening. What kind of monster is this? His recovery ability is so shocking. Even the life law can't have such a shocking recovery effect. I'm going to cripple this kid and search his soul, die. Blood saber roared in his palm. He did not give Lu Ming the chance to recover and charged at him again. Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust his spear. This spear attack had reached its peak in history. Buzz! The spear clashed with the bloody swordsman's bloody blade. However, the result was that Lu Ming was still forced to retreat. His body was covered in dense wounds. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the bloody swordsman continued to attack. Before Lu Ming could recover, he was sent flying again, and his injuries worsened. Brat, no matter how strong your recovery ability is, you'll still die. Bloody Blade Hand said maliciously. It's almost time. Lu Ming muttered. It was disadvantageous for him to continue fighting. Even if he had the indestructible ancient scroll, he would be killed by the other party. Temporarily retreat. Buzz! A pair of transparent wings suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming's back. With a flap, Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly, then he turned around and left. Stay here. The bloody swordsman was unwilling to give up and chased after Lu Ming frantically. However, the 6 divine wings was a divine ability that he was proud of. It was so exquisite that once it was used, its speed was astonishing. Even though Lu Ming's cultivation level was relatively low, he was still faster than the blood swordsman when he cast it. Lu Ming sped away, the distance between him and the bloody swordsman growing further and further. Damn it! After chasing for a while, seeing that he couldn't catch up, the bloody swordsman roared and stopped. In the end, Bloody Blade Artist had no choice but to turn around and leave. Not far away, Lu Ming stopped as well. The injuries on his body were recovering rapidly. He had already recovered by 30%. This speed was simply too shocking. No wonder the indestructible ancient scroll was known as one of the most powerful ancient scrolls in the Heaven Realm. It wasn't without reason. Its life-saving ability was simply too strong. This bloody swordsman is a rare training target. I can't let him go. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then retracted his aura. He spread his 6-feathered divine wings and followed the bloody swordsman on the ground. Lu Ming was very careful. He hid behind objects on the ground and completely concealed his aura. In addition, the bloody swordsman did not expect Lu Ming to be so bold as to follow him. Therefore, he did not notice Lu Ming at all. After a while, the bloody swordsman arrived at a hidden cave and walked in. Lu Ming found a place nearby, hid himself, and channeled his energy to heal his injuries. His injuries recovered quickly, and soon, he was back to his peak. Chapter 2281, Rank 13 True Emperormi Nomological laws have improved again. This Blood Bladesman is actually good at the nomological laws of death, array Dao laws, and devouring laws. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. Blood Bladesman was definitely a very suitable target for training. Among the laws that he controlled, there were 3 that were the same as Lu Ming's. Although the battle with the bloody swordsman was short, he had a strong impression of Lu Ming. In particular, the other party had 3 types of laws that were the same as Lu Ming's. After fighting with the other party, Lu Ming's understanding of the 3 types of laws became faster. Update on Biyao X0 VL. See Omicron M. Lu Ming would not let blood swordsman off just like that. Lu Ming was there, comprehending the laws and digesting what he had gained from the battle. 2 days later, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. Let's continue the battle. Lu Ming muttered and rushed straight to the cave where the bloody swordsman lived. Whoosh! From a distance, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands and he thrust it forward. A huge spear light as big as a mountain stabbed toward the cave. The cave exploded. Who's there? With a furious roar, the bloody blade hand soared into the sky. Endless blood light burst forth, shattering the mountain rocks. Then, he saw Lu Ming. Brat, I didn't go to find you, but you actually dared to come to me. You're simply looking for death. Kill. The bloody swordsman roared and charged at Lu Ming. Boom. 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 The two of them exchanged a few moves in a row. Just like the previous time, Lu Ming was still no match for him. He was completely suppressed and severely injured. The third level of the law of death. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed heartily in his heart. During the battle with the bloody swordsman, Lu Ming had caught a trace of inspiration from the other party's death law. He felt that there was hope for a breakthrough. Blood blade wielder, let's not fight today. Well, fight another day. Lu Ming laughed and flew into the distance with his 6 feathered wings. Bloody blade hand roared as he pursued madly. However, after chasing for a while, he could only stop helplessly. This brat's life-saving energy is too strong, and his speed is also fast. Unless he's heavily injured to the point where he can't fight back, it's very difficult to kill him. Bloody blade artist gritted his teeth and left in a flash. This time, the bloody swordsman kept changing his position, afraid that Lu Ming would secretly follow him. He had guessed correctly. Lu Ming had indeed followed them and the bloody swordsman had not noticed him at all. The bloody swordsman was very familiar with the core area of the true emperor battlefield. After running for a distance, he looked around but did not see Lu Ming. He then hid in a hidden place. Lu Ming was cultivating not far away. He had left a part of his mind to observe blood blade hand's movements, while most of his mind was used to comprehend the laws. His understanding of the law of death continued to deepen. Finally, after a few days, the death precept broke through the limit, entering the third realm of the precept in one fell swoop. This was the peak of the laws, the limit of the laws. Lu Ming's combat strength had skyrocketed after the breakthrough in the death rule. This was an ultimate maxim, and the increase in combat strength was especially shocking. Lu Ming's combat strength had reached the peak of a rank 12 true emperor in one fell swoop, increasing his combat strength by a whole rank. All right. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Just as he was about to continue his battle with Bloody Blade Hand, he saw a figure appear. It was Bloody Blade Hand. Bloody Blade Artist looked around for a moment before he turned and left in a direction. Lu Ming secretly followed them. Not long after, Lu Ming saw the bloody swordsman lying in ambush on a mountain peak. Then, he saw a figure flying over from the distance. It was a living being from the heaven realm. This guy wanted to kill the creatures of the heaven realm again. Buzz! Bloody Blade Hand made his move. A blade light burst out, slashing towards the creature. The heaven realm being was shocked. It transformed into a fierce tiger and let out a long roar, shooting out a beam of light from its mouth. However, this tiger only had the battle strength of a level 12 true emperor. It was no match for the blood blade artist. The light pillar was cut open, the blade chi hit its body, sending it flying. Its body was covered with wounds. It was severely injured and could no longer fight. Blood Blade Hand. The ferocious tiger roared, filled with despair. Die. Bloody Blade Hand said savagely. Bloody Blade Hand, 1 a.m. your opponent. At this moment, Lu Ming also rushed out and thrust his spear. A terrifying spear ray shot out toward the bloody swordsman. The bloody swordsman did not have time to kill the fierce tiger. He could only turn around and slash at Lu Ming. Boom! The spear's radiance was scattered and Lu Ming's attack was blocked. The long spear trembled continuously. Brat, it's you again, you. Combat strength. The bloody swordsman was shocked. He realized that Lu Ming's combat strength had improved a lot since the last time. Blood Blades man, our battle isn't over yet. Let's continue. Lu Ming rushed forward and engaged the bloody swordsman in a fierce battle. Senior, quickly leave. At the same time, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the fierce tiger. Young friend, thank you. The ferocious tiger thanked Lu Ming and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the bloody swordsman had exchanged more than 10 moves. Lu Ming was still no match for the bloody swordsman. However, he was much better than before. Although Lu Ming was completely at the bottom and was injured by the other party, it was not serious and he could still resist it. Lu Ming did his best to fight the bloody swordsman. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged more than 20 moves. Lu Ming finally retreated with serious injuries. Let's go. Lu Ming cast the 6-feathered divine wings, turned around, and fled. His speed was faster than before, and the bloody swordsman could not catch up with him at all. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The bloody swordsman was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He knew that he had been targeted by Lu Ming and he could not get rid of him. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have taken action against Lu Ming back then. It was too late for him to regret. Following that, no matter what method the bloody swordsman came up with, he could not shake Lu Ming off. Every once in a while, Lu Ming would look for him and fight with him. However, he did not dare to leave the battlefield and return to Two Worlds City because Lu Ming had been keeping an eye on him. He was afraid that Lu Ming would report him when he returned to Two Worlds City. If that happened, he would die without a burial. Half a year passed just like that. In the past 6 months, Lu Ming had fought more than 10 battles with the bloody swordsman. His progress was astonishing. The bloody swordsman was the best magic refining stone. Its combat strength was slightly higher than Lu Ming's, but not by much. Every time, Lu Ming could fight with all his might. In the past 6 months, Lu Ming's engulfing laws and array Dao laws had broken through to the 3rd realm. The breakthrough of the Two King Path laws had caused Lu Ming's combat strength to soar to the 13th level of the true emperor. It's time to end him. At this moment, Lu Ming decided to get rid of the bloody swordsman. Boom! Lu Ming caught up to the bloody swordsman and launched an attack. Brat, let's die together. The bloody swordsman was about to go crazy as he attacked Lu Ming frantically. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was only 1 rank lower than the bloody swordsman's. He was not afraid of the latter at all. Lu Ming used a lose-lose strategy and eventually severely injured the bloody swordsman while his own injuries recovered rapidly. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. His long spear was like a rainbow, piercing through the void. Chapter 2281 Undercurrent. The bloody swordsman was no match for Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming's spear pierced through his head and destroyed his soul. Since you've accompanied me in my cultivation for half a year, I want to take your world core. Lu Ming muttered. After taking away the bloody swordsman's storage ring, he struck out with his palm and blasted a big hole in the ground. He then buried the bloody swordsman's corpse in it. It could also be considered as a favor to his sparring partner for half a year, which allowed Lu Ming's combat strength to rise by 2 levels. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a secret place. He took out the storage ring of the bloody swordsman and checked it. This guy has quite a lot of resources. Lu Ming discovered that there were at least 100 alien crystal cores in Bloody Blade Hand's storage ring. They were all true Emperor Realm alien crystal cores and there were dozens of world cores. I'll cultivate for a while first. Lu Ming planned to improve his cultivation. Now, 3 of his 9 nomological laws had reached the 3rd realm, while the other 6 were at the peak of the 2nd realm. He should increase his cultivation. However, Lu Ming did not take out the chaos gems to cultivate. Instead, he took out the world core and refined it. Upped it on Biyao X0VL. C-M. After destroying the law on the world core, Lu Ming began to refine it. Just as Lu Ming was refining the heart of the world and improving his cultivation, in Two Worlds City, in a great hall of the Lan family, Lan Sheng and the Lan family's experts were having a meeting. Lu Ming, you've entered the battlefield of true emperors again. Are you sure? Lan Sheng asked an old man from the Lan family. I'm sure. Moreover, Lu Ming has been fighting against the bloody swordsman frequently. The old man said. Bloody blade artist? What's his combat strength? Lan Sheng asked. I heard that it's a level 14 true emperor. The old man said. What? A rank 14 true emperor? Lu Ming is already able to fight with a rank 14 true emperor. His improvement is too fast. It must be the indestructible ancient scroll, it must be. Lan Sheng was a little shocked, and his eyes flickered with greed. Pass down my order. Any expert of the Lan family who is training in the battlefield of true emperors should be killed without mercy if they encounter Lu Ming. Extract the indestructible ancient scroll from his soul. Lan Sheng asked with a gloomy face. Celestial Thearch, if word of this gets out, I'm afraid we'll be targeted by other powerhouses. The elder from the Lan family said. Then don't let anyone know. Do it in secret. Contact the Yen family and join forces with them. Lan Sheng ordered. One by one, Lu Ming refined dozens of world cores. His small world expanded again. Boom. 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 Lu Ming's small world grew bigger and bigger. It finally stopped when it was 300,000 miles in radius. At the beginning of the breakthrough, the size of the small world was 100,000 miles in radius. After each breakthrough, the length and width of the small world would increase by 100,000 miles. Previously, Lu Ming's cultivation level was at 2-star True Emperor, and his small world had a radius of 200,000 miles. Now, Lu Ming had refined a large amount of the world core and his cultivation had broken through again. His small world had expanded to a radius of 300,000 miles. Lu Ming's combat strength had finally improved and he had barely reached the combat strength of a rank 14 True Emperor. He could only barely reach the fighting power of a rank 14 True Emperor and was considered weak. Lu Ming did not stop. He took out a Chaos Stone, absorbed the Chaos Chi, and continued to refine and improve. After refining 5 Chaos Gems in a row, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of a 3-star True Emperor. At this point, Lu Ming continued to refine a few more Chaos Gems before he stopped. He had planned to break through in one go and become a 4-star True Emperor, but he realized that it was impossible. A 4-star True Emperor was a high-stage True Emperor. There was a hurdle that he needed time to consolidate and accumulate his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through. Now, my combat power has barely reached the level of a rank 14 True Emperor. With the fallen star bow, I can barely protect myself in the core area of the True Emperor realm. I'll go out and hunt for alien races to train myself. Lu Ming pondered. Only by fighting could one improve quickly. If Lu Ming had stayed in Two Worlds City to cultivate instead of fighting here, he would not have made such a great improvement even if he stayed under the path understanding ancient tree every day. Lu Ming left the place and walked around the True Emperor's core area in search of the alien races. At this moment, a piece of news spread across the entire battlefield of True Emperors. The entrance to a small world suddenly appeared somewhere on the battlefield of True Emperors. It was speculated that this small world might have floated in the space of eternal nothingness for countless years and connected with this space by chance, which led to the appearance of an entrance. A small world that could float in the eternal void for countless years was at least the small world of a peak great emperor. It might even be the small world of a heavenly emperor. Otherwise, it would have collapsed after so many years. Only a small world created by an extremely powerful being could float in the eternal void for so many years and still exist. If it was a small world left behind by a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse, it was very likely to be priceless and contain supreme treasures. After hearing this news, all the living beings in the True Emperor battlefield were alarmed and started searching for the entrance. Even some of the true emperors outside the battlefield of true emperors had found experts to go with to try their luck. Bai Tai also contacted some powerful true emperors and headed to the core of the battlefield. The Lan family, the Yen family, and other major powers had also gathered their powerful forces to search for the entrance to the small world. There was a huge plot of land in the mountains. The entrance to the small world was in this area. But now, a large number of foreign experts were hiding around the plot of land. This time, they'll take advantage of this opportunity to kill the experts of the heaven realm. One of the alien experts said coldly. They had discovered the entrance to this small world earlier, but they didn't go in to investigate immediately. Instead, they had laid an ambush here with a large number of experts, waiting for the heaven realm experts to come and kill them one by one. The True Emperor battlefield was filled with killing intent. Lu Ming did not know any of this. He concealed his aura and wandered around the core area of the True Emperor battlefield. However, after searching for a few days, he didn't encounter a single alien race. Instead, he met a few heaven realm experts, who were all in a hurry, looking for something. On this day, Lu Ming came to a mountain range. At this point, Lu Ming stopped because he felt a strange fluctuation in the space in front of him. These fluctuations are extremely similar to the spatial fluctuations of the entrance to a small world. Could it be that there's an entrance to a small world in these mountains? Let's go take a look. Lu Ming was highly skilled and bold. He headed towards the mountains. He had the fallen star Biyao and the celestial Thearch's corporeal body, so he was naturally unafraid. Lu Ming flew into the mountains and was naturally discovered by the alien races who were lying in ambush. It's a human from the heaven realm. Why is there only one? There's actually only one of them. Fine, let's kill this person first to avoid alerting the enemy. The alien race immediately sent an expert to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was flying when a streak of light suddenly rushed toward him. A jet-black axe radiance was heading toward him. It's a foreign race with rank 12 combat strength. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Chapter 2282 Hunting and Counter-Killing. It was a burly member of the evil god race who was charging toward him. His 3 eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Kill. A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hands and he thrust it out. The shocking spear radiance destroyed the opponent's axe radiance in one fell swoop and pierced through the opponent's glabella. Instant kill. Then, with a sweep of his world power, he put away the other party's storage bracelet and dug out the other party's crystal core. Damn it. This person has the battle power of a rank 14 true emperor. One of the ambushers roared. Initially, they had thought that Lu Ming's combat strength would not be that high since he was so young. They would be able to easily deal with him if they sent a rank 12 true emperor expert. He did not expect that Lu Ming would be able to resolve it easily. Send more people to kill this person. Hurry up, don't be discovered by the other people in the heaven realm. An alien ordered. Immediately, some alien races charged out and attacked Lu Ming. Uptid Biyao X0 VL. See Omicron M this time, there were 6 of them. There's more. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The 6 alien races burst with a shocking aura and charged toward Lu Ming. From a distance, 6 beams of destructive light blasted toward Lu Ming. Buzz. Whoosh. Lu Ming brandished his long spear and shot out beams of spear radiance at the alien race's destructive light. Boom. 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 A series of collisions occurred. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. 2 at rank 15 true emperor and 4 at rank 14 true emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he determined the other party's strength. Such a formation was more than enough to deal with a rank 14. However, their opponent was Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was injured, his injuries were recovering rapidly and he was not in any serious condition. Kill. The 6 alien races charged at Lu Ming with all kinds of attacks, trying to drown him. Come on. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He held his spear and charged over. The two sides continued to clash and kill each other. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, it was impossible for the alien race to kill him in a short time. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming risked his injuries and killed a rank 14 true Emperor alien in the air with one shot. Damn it, how can this human from the heaven realm be so strong? His vitality is unbelievably tenacious. Some of the non-humankind beings who were lying in ambush roared in anger. Then, more non-humankind beings rushed out. This time, there were more than a dozen of them. The strongest one had the battle power of a rank 16 true Emperor. So many? Could this be the nest of the alien race? Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. There were so many alien races, and some of them even had the combat power of a level 16 true Emperor. Lu Ming was obviously not their match. Boom! Lu Ming knocked back a rank 14 martial artist with a single shot. He then charged forward at top speed. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hands. Buzz! Lu Ming pulled the fallen star bow and 999 colored arrows flew out. They were aimed at a rank 15 true Emperor alien. Bang! This foreign being was shot to death in the air. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming drew his bow continuously. The bowstring vibrated and a few arrows flew out in succession. Each arrow killed one alien. Detestable. Those alien races who had been lying in ambush couldn't sit still any longer. Some of the more terrifying ones were even more furious. Charge out and kill this person. A leader-level non-human shouted and rushed out. This time, more than 200 foreign races rushed out from the surrounding mountains. Each of them had a combat strength above level 10 true Emperor. The strongest had even reached the fighting power of a rank 17 true Emperor. So many. Lu Ming's expression really changed. A few hundred alien races all at the same time, and all of them were at least a 10th stage true Emperor. This was definitely not a coincidence. They had been lying in ambush here for a long time. Although Lu Ming did not know what had happened, he knew very well that he was unlucky and had accidentally walked into an ambush of the alien races. Hundreds of alien races, all of which had the combat strength of a 10th level true Emperor or above, charged at Lu Ming from all directions. The entire void was shaking as if there were an army of thousands of soldiers. Kill him! One of the alien race members shouted. This person had the appearance of a human and purple hair. He was actually a member of the royal race. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few beams of destructive light burst out, causing the void to tremble continuously. A stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. At the same time, the celestial Thearch's physical body emerged and floated in front of Lu Ming, growing in size. Lu Ming took a step forward and his body merged into the celestial Thearch's physical body. It was impossible for Lu Ming to be a match for so many foreign tribe powerhouses. He would probably be drowned by the attacks of so many foreign tribes in an instant and be blown up by so many attacks. The only way was to use the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Buzz! Controlling the Celestial Thearch's physical body, Lu Ming slashed with his sword. A beam of sword chi, vast and mighty, pierced through the clouds, broke through the attack of the foreign tribe, and slashed towards the group of foreign tribe members. A few of the alien races, who were all level 10 true emperors, were cut in half by the sword chi. At this moment, a group of people arrived not far away. This group of people were the experts from the Lan and Yen families. There were dozens of them, and there was no lack of terrifying true emperor experts. The experts from the Lan and Yen families were also looking for the entrance to the small world. They could see the mighty sword Qi from afar. There's a battle between experts ahead. What terrifying power! Be careful to hide. One of the Lan family's experts said in a low voice. These people immediately concealed their auras and carefully flew forward. They then landed on a mountain peak and looked ahead. At a glance, they saw Lu Ming controlling the celestial Thearch's physical body to fight against the alien race. Of course, they did not recognize Lu Ming as he had merged into the celestial Thearch's physical body. When they saw so many alien races, they were almost scared to death. There's a wondrous spatial fluctuation up ahead. Could the entrance to the small world be here? Could it be that these foreign races are lying in ambush here, trying to ambush and kill the powerhouses of our heaven realm? The Lan family and the Yen family could easily think of this key point. Their faces turned pale at the thought of this. They understood that someone had barged into this place first, or they would be finished. Who's that giant golem? What powerful battle prowess! That should be a puppet. The experts from the Lan and Yen families discussed in low voices. At this time, Lu Ming had killed a few more alien races in a row, which infuriated the alien races. Let's attack together. The non-human king roared. All the alien races made their moves. Hundreds of attacks were aimed at Lu Ming. All of these attacks were from beings above the 10th level of the true emperor realm. The power was so shocking that even ordinary great emperors didn't dare to take them head-on and could only dodge. However, Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was still Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Furthermore, it was made of stone and was extremely sturdy. Even great emperors couldn't penetrate it, let alone true emperors. Lu Ming ignored the attacks from all directions. He held the Celestial Emperor's sword and rushed toward the alien race. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and slashed out with his sword. The sword ray was 100 miles long and the 3 alien races were blown up in the air. Chapter 2284 Energy exhausted Lu Ming killed 3 alien races with a single slash. Then, he slashed his sword horizontally and lulled 2 more alien races. The attacks of Rhe hundreds of outsiders landed on the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, causing loud rumbles. However, Rh's Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was completely fine. However, Lu Ming's combat sword did not stop and he kept slashing. The huge sword light was as big as a mountain. It swept across Rhe's sky with shocking power. Over the years, Lu Ming would find some time to integrate the energy from the energy crystals he obtained from the alien races into the Celestial Thearch's body. The Celestial Emperor's corporeal bodhis energy was already close to 30%. It was extremely powerful. Bang! 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 As the mountain-like sword light pressed down, the bodies of the non-humankind beings exploded one after another, and they died on the spot. In a few breaths, dozens of foreign kinds were killed. No matter what combat strength they had, they could not withstand one move from Lu Ming. When close to 30% of the energy in the Celestial Thearch's physical body erupted, even an ordinary one-star great emperor would be in danger. Lu Ming could kill him, let alone a true emperor. The battle power of a level 18 true emperor was only equivalent to the true emperor realm. Even the most powerful rank 18 was only at Rhe peak of true emperor, and they would still be killed in seconds. Update on Biyao X0 VL. See M therefore, no matter what combat level they were at, there was only one outcome when they faced Lu Ming, and that was to be killed in seconds. They were invincible. Kill, kill! Lu Ming shouted. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep, he charged and killed wantonly. His combat sword kept slashing out, and every slash took the life of a few outsiders. In less than a minute, more than 100 of the more than 200 alien races had died under Lu Ming's sword. Go, quickly go! The remaining alien race members finally panicked. They shouted in fear and turned to run. Kill! Lu Ming had his eyes on the alien royal family. The number of royal non-human races was pathetically small, but without a doubt, each of them had shocking talent. Once they reached adulthood, they would have terrifying battle power. The heavens' favorites among them were even more terrifying. Since he saw them, he couldn't let them go. Lu Ming chased after the alien royal. Stop him. The non-human king was terrified. He ran for his life and ordered the other non-human races to stop Lu Ming. In the foreign races, RHE hierarchy was strict and unusual. The status of a member of the royal family was extremely precious. The ordinary people and RHE aristocrats of the evil god tribe had to obey RHE royal family unconditionally. In the face of danger, he had to stand in front of the royal family unconditionally. Otherwise, there would be a great disaster. At that moment, although the other alien races were frightened, they still rushed toward Lu Ming. Among them, there was no lack of level 17 true emperor battle strength. Kill. Lu Ming showed no mercy. He charged forward and slashed with his combat sword, killing one alien race after another. Among them, there was even an existence with the battle power of a rank 17 true emperor. In the battlefield of true emperors, a rank 17 true emperor was already the peak of battle power. This was because a rank 18 true emperor had reached the peak of true emperor in all aspects. Most of them were in seclusion, preparing to break through to the great emperor realm. Lu Ming was invincible in the true emperor stage when he controlled the celestial Thearch's body. Lu Ming dashed past them and killed dozens of true emperors. He then rushed toward the non-human royal clan. The non-human king screamed in fear, but he was still cut in half by the sword. Run! The other non-humans fled in all directions. Lu Ming stopped and did not continue to pursue. The intense battle just now had consumed a lot of the energy of the heaven and earth body. These foreign kinds had the combat strength of a 10th level true emperor or above. It seemed easy for Lu Ming to kill them, but he had to consume a lot of energy. After killing more than 100 non-human powerhouses, the energy of the celestial Thearch's body was almost exhausted. Killing so many true Emperor realm experts was no easier than fighting a 1-star great emperor. By now, the energy in celestial emperor's corporeal body was almost completely depleted. After the alien race had fled far away, Lu Ming's figure appeared and he kept the celestial Thearch body. It seems like there should be an entrance to a small world here. These foreign races have been lying in ambush in this vicinity in order to kill RHE beings of the heaven realm. On second thought, Lu Ming could guess the alien race's plan. At this moment, the people from the Lan family and the Yen family widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming, it's that Lu Ming, it's him. He has such a terrifying puppet. The faces of the Lan and Yen family members turned pale. They had received orders to kill Lu Ming if they had the chance in the battlefield of true emperors. However, Lu Ming actually had such a powerful puppet, which left them with a lingering fear. If they had attacked Lu Ming, they would have been dead. That's not right. Here must be a condition to control such a powerful puppet. It's impossible to control it so easily. Just now, the alien race escaped, but he didn't pursue them. This doesn't seem like him. Could it be that the puppet can't be used anymore? Controlling a puppet requires energy, and energy will be exhausted. The Lan family and the Yen family were communicating in secret. Some of these people had already lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and some even millions of years. They were all experienced and sly old foxes, so they could guess the general situation in a few moments. Their eyes lit up and were filled with cold killing intent. This was a great opportunity. If Lu Ming's puppet could no longer be controlled, it would be the best time to kill him. Let us go all out. The experts from the Lan and Yen families were determined. Their higher-ups had given the order to find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming and strip him of the indestructible ancient scroll in his soul. If they could complete the task, they would be rewarded handsomely. Now that there was no one else from heaven around and Lu Ming's puppet could nor be used, it was the best time to make a move. Go and kill Lu Ming. The leader of the Lan family sent a message to the crowd and then rushed out. The others also rushed out. Beams of rainbow light shot toward Lu Ming at high speed. Lu Ming was about to head to the small world when he suddenly realized that there were dozens of people flying in his direction. He could not help but be stunned. He did not recognize these people as the Lan and Yen families. The Lan family and the Yen family did not have any special symbols. These people were all true emperors. Lu Ming had never seen them before. He had thought that the other party was just an ordinary person from the heaven realm. Are these people also here for the small world? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The people from the Lan family and the Yen family stopped not far away from Lu Ming. They did not make a move immediately. They were still a little afraid of Lu Ming's methods. You are Lu Ming? The leader of the Lan family pretended to have just recognized Lu Ming and asked with a surprised look. That's me. May first know why everyone is here? Lu Ming said. Imzwa Zheng. He leader of the Lan family lied. He walked toward Lu Ming with a smile on his face and said, recently, there has been a rumor that a small world that has been floating in the eternal void for countless years has connected to the battlefield of Arichi True Emperor. Perhaps there are extraordinary treasures there, so many people have come. Brother Lu, you must be here for this small world. The leader of the Lan family always had a smile on his face. He was very gentle and made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Chapter 2285, Lu Ming's Murderous Intent. It is indeed a small world. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he did not show it. That's right, I'm also here for the small world. At this moment, the leader of the Lan family glanced at the alien corpses and said, so many alien corpses. Did Brother Lu kill them? He had clearly seen it but pretended not to see it. He wanted to test Lu Ming. No, I just got here too. Lu Ming said. Oh, don't tell me that someone has already entered that small world? Then let's hurry in too. The Lan family's leader pretended to have a change in expression. He strode forward and approached Lu Ming. At this moment, a terrifying ray of light burst out from the hands of the leader of the Lan family and headed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, the two of them were very close. If Lu Ming was not on guard, he would definitely not be able to dodge. However, just as the Lan family's leader made his move, the six-feathered wings suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's back. In a flash, Lu Ming's figure flew away at top speed, avoiding the opponent's attack. The leader of the Lan family's expression changed. He looked gloomy as he stared at Lu Ming. How did you find out? You're good at disguising yourself, but the others aren't so good at it. If someone wants to kill me, do you think one won't notice? Who are you people? Update on Biyao X0 VL. C M. Lu Ming's expression was a little gloomy. If not for his extremely sharp senses and the fact that there were people from the Lan and Yen families with strong killing intent, Lu Ming would have caught them despite their efforts to conceal it. So what if I'm discovered by you? You'll still die today. Attack! The leader of the Lan family shouted. He no longer concealed himself and unleashed his full power, charging towards Lu Ming. He displayed extremely terrifying combat strength. Rank 17 True Emperor Battle Power. Lu Ming's expression changed. Although Lu Ming's combat strength had barely reached the 14th stage of the True Emperor realm, he was still far from the 17th stage of the True Emperor realm. He was not a match for them at all. Moreover, there were other people. The other members of the Lan family and Yen family also made their moves. Each of them had shocking battle strength and were all above the 10th level of True Emperor. If the celestial Thearch's physical body was still around, these people would not be a threat to him. However, Lu Ming was no match for them now. Lu Ming cast his six-feathered divine wings and retreated rapidly to avoid the attack. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hands. Where do you think you're going? One attack after another streaked across the void and headed straight for Lu Ming. "Are you from the Lan and Yen families?" Lu Ming shouted. The moment the other party made a move, he could not hide his unique magical ability, and Lu Ming recognized it. Due to his enmity with the Lan family and the Yen family, Lu Ming had studied the ancient scriptures and divine abilities passed down by these two families. That was why he could recognize them at a glance. "Kill!" The Lan family and Yen family members shouted, their killing intent extremely cold. Buzz! As Lu Ming retreated, he drew the fallen star bow. Whoosh! An arrow shot out at an extreme speed, tearing through the void like a star. One of the Lan family's rank 15 true emperor powerhouses was shot to death in the air by Lu Ming. "Damn it!" The leader of the Lan family shouted and increased his speed to the maximum. It was as if he was traveling through the void. His speed was at its maximum, not slower than Lu Ming's six-feathered divine wings. There was another person from the Yen family who was also a rank 17 true emperor. They worked together with the person from the Lan family and charged toward Lu Ming from both sides, closing in on him quickly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming drew his bow continuously. Two 9-colored arrows were shot at two people with the combat power of a rank 17 true emperor. However, a rank 17 true emperor was really powerful. He blocked the arrows with brute force and only his figure was hindered. A level 17 true emperor, is this strong? Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. "Lu Ming, you're dead meat today. Hand over the indestructible ancient scroll and the ancient scroll that you're cultivating, and we'll give you a quick death," the leader of the Lan family said coldly. However, at this moment, his expression changed. The other members of the Lan family and Yen family also changed their expressions. That was because there was a flash of light in the distance. Someone was coming. The Lan and Yen families stopped in their tracks. That was because there was a rule in the heaven realm that no one was allowed to kill each other on the battlefield. If anyone violated this rule, even the Lan and Yen families would be punished. The rainbow light receded, and a total of 6 people appeared not far away. "Lu Ming!" A voice rang out. "Senior Bai Tai." Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect that one of them would be Bai Tai. With Bai Tai's cultivation level, shouldn't he be active in the periphery of the true emperor battlefield? How did he end up in the core of the battlefield of true emperors? Could it be because of that small world? Lu Ming had an idea. "Everyone, what's the matter?" Bai Tai looked at the Lan and Yen families. Just now, from afar, they seemed to have seen someone fighting here. Then, Bai Tai and the others looked at the alien's body and their faces changed. Could it be that the Lan family and the Yen family were fighting against the foreign races? At this moment, the leader of the Lan family had a gloomy expression and a flash of killing intent. "Attack and kill these people together." The leader of the Lan clan transmitted his voice to the others. The others' expressions changed. If word got out that they killed their own people on the battlefield, the Lan and Yen families wouldn't be able to protect them. But now, there was no one else present. They just had to kill them to silence them. "Attack!" The leader of the Lan clan transmitted his voice. "Not good. Senior Bai Tai, run." At this moment, Lu Ming shouted loudly. He could feel the murderous aura exuding from the Lan family and the rest. These people were so audacious that they wanted to kill Bai Tai and the others. As Lu Ming roared, he rushed towards Bai Tai at top speed. However, the Yen family's rank 17 true emperor had already charged at Bai Tai. At the same time, the leader of the Lan family charged at Lu Ming and launched a series of attacks. Lu Ming could only try his best to dodge. He was not in a hurry to rescue her. "You guys," Bai Tai was shocked. He didn't expect that the Lan and Yen families would suddenly attack them. Bai Tai's combat strength was only at the 7th stage true emperor realm. He was no match for the other party. His heart was pierced through by the other party's attack. The terrifying power caused Bai Tai's body to explode. Senior Bai Tai, at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes turned red and he revealed a terrifying killing intent. He and Bai Tai had worked together to hunt for alien races for 2 years and fought dozens of battles. They had formed a deep friendship. Bai Tai, his ancestor, had all died in the hands of the alien races. His biggest wish in his life was to hunt the alien races. He had no other intentions. At the same time, he knew that his talent was limited. When he was hunting the alien races, he would deliberately give more world cores to Lu Ming so that Lu Ming could improve faster. It could be said that this was a respectable old man who had spent his entire life hunting foreign races. But now, he had died under the greed of the Lan and Yen families. Lu Ming's heart was filled with cold killing intent. At this moment, he could not wait to kill everyone from the Lan and Yen families. Lan family, you will all die a horrible death. All. The people who came with Bai Tai were all killed. Lu Ming, no one can save you. Die. The leader of the Lan family kept launching attacks at Lu Ming. At the same time, the others also flew toward Lu Ming. Chapter 2286. The space collapses. The people from the Lan family and the Yen family flew toward Lu Ming and surrounded him. However, at this moment, the expressions of the Lan and Yen families changed. In the distance, there was a faint flash of light. Clearly, more people had come. This time, there were many people, dozens of them, more than the Lan and Yen families. Damn it! The Lan family and Yen family shouted. They just needed a little more time and they would be able to kill Lu Ming. They did not expect that someone else would come. Quick, collect the alien corpses, quick! The leader of the Lan family shouted. He abandoned Lu Ming and quickly collected the alien corpses. The other members of the Lan family and Yen family did not know what was going on, but they did as they were told. They collected all the bodies of the alien races, leaving only the bodies of those who came with Bai Tai. Whoosh! 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 In a flash of light, dozens of people appeared in the sky. All of them were creatures from the heaven realm, and some of them were extremely powerful. What's going on? The people who came later glanced at the corpses of Bai Tai and the others, and their eyes flashed. Everyone, Lu Ming is extremely audacious. He killed people from the heaven realm for money and we happened to discover him. We're going to take him down. The leader of the Lan family shouted and accused Lu Ming of killing Bai Tai and the rest. What? Lu Ming, how dare you? The people from the heaven realm who came later all looked at Lu Ming with anger in their eyes. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. The Lan family and the Yen family wanted to kill me and take away the indestructible ancient scroll. They were seen by others, so I killed them to silence them. Now, they dare to slander me. How ridiculous. Nonsense. Everyone, Lu Ming is a man of words. We can't be fooled by him. One suggests that we arrest him first, cripple his cultivation, and bring him back to Two World City for interrogation. The leader of the Lan family shouted. Lan family, Yen family, one will definitely make you pay for what you did today. Lu Ming shouted, turned around and left. He knew that he was at a disadvantage today. No matter how much he argued, it would be useless. He could only escape first and then think of a way to reveal the Lan and Yen family's crimes to the public. Lu Ming cast his six-feathered divine wings and flew into the distance at top speed. Chase him, don't let him escape. He wants to escape. The leader of the Lan family shouted. Together with the Yen family experts, they chased after Lu Ming. The other people from the heaven realm looked at each other. They did not know who was telling the truth and could only watch. It was not good for them to make a move. Lu Ming, you can't escape. The leader of the Lan family shouted. A jade talisman appeared in his hand and he crushed it. A green energy enveloped his body. His speed suddenly increased and he quickly approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He turned around and drew his bow, shooting an arrow at the man. A combat sword appeared in the man's hand. He slashed out and collided with the arrow, causing it to explode. His body slowed down slightly, but he continued to chase after Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The leader of the Lan family slashed a few times in succession. The sword Qi whistled and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged continuously, but he was still hit by a sword Qi. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. No, one can't escape like this. I'll go to that small world and try my luck. With a single thought, Lu Ming dashed towards the place where there was a spatial fluctuation. The experts from the Lan and Yen families were in hot pursuit. As they chased, the leader of the Lan family kept slashing out sword Qi. Lu Ming could only draw his bow to block and at the same time, try his best to dodge. However, after a few moves, Lu Ming was hit again. His body was almost split apart. However, with the indestructible ancient scroll, Lu Ming was fine. His injuries were recovering rapidly. After a while, a huge black vortex appeared in front of him. It was obvious that this was the entrance to the small world. Lu Ming did not look back and rushed in directly. The leader of the Lan family also rushed in. The two of them were the fastest, while the others were a little slower. The moment Lu Ming rushed into the vortex, he appeared in a void. However, the scene that entered his eyes made Lu Ming's eyes narrow. The ground of this small world cracked open, and many hideous cracks appeared. The world was barren. In the sky, there were spatial cracks that kept flashing. Let's go. Lu Ming did not have time to think and rushed forward. Behind him, a fluctuation came. The leader of the Lan family had also appeared. The moment he came out, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. However, when he saw Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged at Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! The leader of the Lan family used his world energy and displayed his full power. His battle power of a level 17 true emperor was revealed. The sword Qi cut through the void, and the space directly exploded. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He wanted to use the fallen star bow to block the attack, but he stopped. The leader of the Lan family's expression also changed greatly. Boom! 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 At this moment, the entire world began to shake violently as the sky exploded. The leader of the Lan family's sword strikes seemed to have lit a fuse, causing the entire world to collapse and explode. Not good. The leader of the Lan family realized that something was wrong. He turned around and was about to leave through that entrance. But with a boom, the entrance also exploded. The exit had collapsed. Boom! 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 The earth crumbled, and dense spatial cracks appeared in the sky. Damn it, damn it! The leader of the Lan family kept roaring in fear. This is a small world that is about to collapse. Lu Ming's mouth was full of bitterness. At this moment, how could he not understand? This small world must have been floating in the eternal void for countless years and was about to collapse. When they rushed in and unleashed their cultivation, they broke the balance and caused the world to collapse. The power of the collapse of a small world was extremely terrifying. In particular, this small world could very likely belong to a powerful existence, so it was even more powerful. Boom! Selah! The ground exploded, and the sky was filled with cracks. More and more cracks appeared, revealing a dark void. A terrifying spatial storm swept in all directions. Given Lu Ming and the Lan family's leaders' combat abilities, it would be fine if they entered the dark void. However, if they were to be swept up by the space storm caused by the collapse of the small world, they would definitely die. The two of them tried their best to dodge. However, after a while, the entire world, the entire space, was filled with spatial storms, and there was almost nowhere to hide. Damn it, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. One want you to die. The leader of the Lan family roared madly, blaming everything on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not rushed in, why would he have chased after him? If Lu Ming had not fled and allowed him to kill him, how could such a thing have happened? He roared angrily and pounced toward Lu Ming. However, in a spatial storm, the leader of the Lan family screamed. The lower half of his body was torn apart, leaving only the upper half to escape. He almost died. Chapter 2287, entering an unfamiliar heavenly domain. At that moment, Lu Ming was in danger. The space storm swept in all directions and he was almost caught in it. Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Hide in the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming thought of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. With a single thought, a Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron appeared in front of him and he rushed into it. The energy of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron seemed to have been exhausted and it had fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Ming could not activate the terrifying power. However, the material of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was extremely hard. Now, he could only rely on the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to resist the spatial storm outside. Voila! Lu Ming had just hidden in the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron when it was swept up by a spatial storm. The terrifying spatial storm burst forth with astonishing power, constantly cutting the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. However, the material of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was extremely hard. Although the spatial storm was powerful, it could not do anything to the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The leader of the Lan family also saw this scene. "Save me, Lu Ming, save me!" The leader of the Lan family yelled. "Idiot!" Lu Ming's faint voice was heard from the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. "No, save me. You can't leave us in the lurch. We're all from the heaven realm," the leader of the Lan family shouted and wanted to rush toward the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. However, at this moment, the entire world seemed to have collapsed. Endless spatial storms swept out. The leader of the Lan family was directly swept into the spatial storm. He let out a desperate scream and then there was no sound. Outside the small world, the other members of the Lan family and the Yen family were about to rush into the small world as well. However, as soon as they approached the vortex shook violently and exploded. What's going on? The Lan and Yen families were shocked. Boom! 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 Following that, the entire space trembled violently. The Lan and Yen families were shocked and quickly retreated. The people from the other heaven realms also came over and looked on in surprise. Selah! A crack had actually appeared where the whirlpool had originally been, and one could vaguely see the scene of destruction inside. This is... The small world has collapsed, that small world has collapsed. Everyone was an experienced person. How could they not have thought of this when they saw the scene? They also speculated that the small world must have been too ancient, and now it was completely collapsing. Lu Ming is dead. Someone said in a low voice. Everyone's expression was grave. Facing the collapse of a small world, the true Emperor Realm expert was most likely dead. The Lan and Yen families felt a wave of fear. It was a good thing they didn't rush in, or they would have died as well. It's a pity about the indestructible ancient scroll. The Lan family and Yen family sighed in their hearts. They did not care whether Lu Ming lived or died. It was a pity that the indestructible ancient scroll would be buried in the void with Lu Ming forever. They didn't leave, but watched from a distance. At this time, the small world had completely collapsed, and the endless space storm swept over the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Thump. 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 Even though Lu Ming was hiding in the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and was protected by it, the power formed by the terrifying vibration still seeped into the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming suffered a terrifying attack. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by the power of law. At the same time, he activated the imperishable golden body to resist the terrifying power. However, he was still heavily injured. His bones were broken and his muscles were torn apart. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. This small world was definitely the small world of a heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouse. The energy formed from the collapse was too terrifying. The divine nine-dragon cauldron was like a small boat in the boundless ocean, drifting with the current. It was swept into the boundless dark void by the spatial storm and drifted far away. After an unknown period of time, the divine nine-dragon cauldron suddenly let out a violent roar. Then, a violent explosion erupted outside. Then, everything calmed down. What's going on? Could it have been swept out of the dark void? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Through the opening of the divine cauldron, he noticed a ray of light shining in. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed that he had really left the dark void. Lu Ming crawled out of the cauldron. In the outside world, birds were chirping and flowers were blooming. He was currently on this mountain peak. However, when the divine nine-dragon cauldron smashed down just now, half of the mountain was crushed and embedded in the mountain. Lu Ming waved his hand and put the divine nine-dragon cauldron away. Where is this place? Lu Ming looked around. What came into view was an endless green mountain, verdant and lush, full of vitality. This wasn't the battlefield of true emperors at all. In fact, it wasn't even the battlefield outside Two Worlds City. Because of the constant battles on the battlefield, it had long been deathly silent, and no vegetation could survive. It was completely different from this place. Could I have been sucked into a spatial storm somewhere in the Tai Ching heavenly region? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. However, his heart skipped a beat at the next moment. He thought of another possibility. If they could be swept into the Tai Ching heavenly region, wouldn't they be swept into other heavenly regions as well? Could this place be another heaven domain? Of the 9 heaven domains in the heaven realm, except for the Tai Ching heaven domain, the other 8 heaven domains were all occupied by the alien races. It would be troublesome if they went to the other heaven domains. Let's heal first. Lu Ming shook his head. He was severely injured. No matter where he was, he had to heal his injuries first and adjust his condition to the peak. That was the best way. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the indestructible ancient scroll to begin healing his injuries. However, he had just started to recuperate when streaks of rainbow light flew over at high speed from the distance. Lu Ming's expression changed and he had no choice but to stop recuperating and look at the rainbow light. An alien. At one glance, Lu Ming's expression turned even uglier. There couldn't be any foreign races in the Tai Ching heavenly region, and this wasn't the battlefield outside the Two Worlds City, so there was only one possibility. This was another heavenly domain in the heavenly realm. Lu Ming felt bitter. He did not expect that he would really come to another heaven domain in the heaven realm. It's the human race. Kill all the humans who have escaped. The alien races also saw Lu Ming and charged toward him. Beams of destructive light were shooting toward Lu Ming from a distance. The strongest is only a 10th level true emperor. Kill. From the other party's attack, Lu Ming could sense that the strongest alien race was a 10th level true emperor. Such combat strength was not a threat to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not care about his injuries. He condensed the infinite dragon spear in his hand and charged forward. One after another, the spear radiance pierced toward the foreign tribe members, killing them one by one. More than 10 alien races were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. After storing more than 10 alien corpses into his small world, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left the place. He could not stay here for long. Lu Ming had to find a hidden place to recuperate. His injuries had worsened after he forcefully attacked just now. But the next moment, his expression changed. Because another group of alien races was also coming from another direction. It's a human that escaped the net. Kill him. Dozens of the alien races rushed toward Lu Ming. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.